Morning, everyone.
Morning.
Okay, it's 9 o'clock. We'll start. It's September 7th, 2021. We're here in the continuation of the arbitration for an ICF between the County of Woodlands and the town of Whitecourt. And today I think we have Peter Schmiel on the stand. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did I pronounce that name correctly?
Smil? Yes.
Smil. Okay, Smil. All right. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Smil, our practice has been to affirm witnesses to tell the truth, which is to provide their civil promise to tell the truth in the hearing. I think you've heard that as an observer while you've been in the hearing. Any objection to affirming before we begin your evidence?
No.
Thank you. Okay. Peter Smil, S-M-Y-L. Do you solemnly affirm that the evidence you will give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Ward?
Thank you, Ms. House. So, Mr. Smil, in these arbitration proceedings, did you prepare firstly a statement of general evidence that you've submitted in this arbitration?
Yes.
And I'll let Ms. Antler pull up that document first. Thank you. And is that your signature we see on the first page of this document?
Yes, it is.
And was that evidence true and accurate to the best of your knowledge at the time you swore the statement?
Yes.
And does it remain true and accurate to the best of your knowledge today?
Yes.
Right. Subject to my friend's, any objection from my friend, I'd ask that be marked as the next exhibit.
No objections.
Okay, then it'll be Exhibit 34.
And then, Mr. Smil, did you also swear a witness statement in this arbitration with respect to arterial and collector roads?
Yes.
Just let Ms. Antler, oh, sorry, I should have gone in the order you have on the screen. Ms. Antler, do you have the statement on roads? Thank you. Perfect. And Mr. Smil, is that your signature on this document?
Yes, it is.
And was that evidence true and accurate to the best of your knowledge at the time you prepared the statement?
Yes.
And does it remain true and accurate to the best of your knowledge today?
Yes.
Thank you, Ms. House. I would ask that that be marked as the next exhibit.
Any objection, Ms. Roberts?
No.
Exhibit 35.
Thank you. And then, Ms. Antler, if you can go back to the rail evidence summary. Mr. Smil, did you also prepare a witness statement with respect to rail for use in this arbitration?
Yes, I did.
And is that your signature on this document?
Yes, it is.
And was that true and accurate to the best of your knowledge at the time you prepared the statement?
Yes.
And does it remain true and accurate to the best of your knowledge today?
I do have two changes in regards to the witness statement that was prepared. One was dealing with the in Appendix 8. Appendix 8, there were two at the last two lines indicating the capital costs since 2008 and operating costs since 2008. Those two lines are in the wrong order. They should be switched. So capital cost being 1.4 million and the operating cost being 220,868.
Sorry, which paragraph are you in, Mr. Ward?
Sorry, he's referring to Appendix 8. It's
Yeah.
on page 31.
Thank you.
not entirely helpful on the screen before us. So I'm not sure, Ms. Roberts and Ms. Howes, if you can see the two numbers he's referring to that he's indicated should be switched in terms of the operating and capital numbers.
So you're saying it's on page 31, but I don't see anything on page. I'm just lost. I'm sorry, Mr. Ward.
I have the redacted copy. That's
I see. Okay. I'll go to my copy. Thank you.
Yeah, sorry, Ms. Roberts. On the unredacted copy, if you go to the very bottom of the tables, there's something under general notes that summarizes operating capital, the very last two numbers that refer to operating and capitals. I think Mr. Smeal has indicated that those two numbers should be switched. That's where he's referring to.
Okay, so sorry, I can ask the witness, but if I follow, you're saying that 042 should be 024? Or you're saying the capital since 2008 and operating since 2008, the entire number should be reversed?
I'll let Mr. Smeal.
Yes.
The latter, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. I don't require anything further at the moment, Ms. Howes, and I don't have any objection to the clarification.
And that will be Exhibit 36.
Sorry, Ms. Howes, before you mark that, Mr. Smeal, I think said there were two things he wanted to note. So I should let him to note the other item he wanted to raise with respect to this statement.
On Appendix 7, when it's scanned, you got the first and last page of the newspaper article. There was actually 3 pages, part of the article, and the middle page did not scan.
And thank you, Ms. Howes. I've sent this to Ms. Antler this morning. On the screen is that second page. I don't think very much turns on that, but to ensure the proper complete article is there. The corrected article is on the screen, and I'm not sure if we should simply substitute that in Appendix 7, subject to any objection from my friend, or if you want to mark the corrected page or full article as an additional exhibit. Mr. Smeal simply pointed out that that second page is missing in the copy we provided because of the way it was scanned.
Because it will change the page numbering if we simply insert the page, the missing page, what I suggest we do is remark the whole article as a separate exhibit, which could be Exhibit 37, if Ms. Roberts has no objection.
I think that's a good idea. No objection.
Thank you. And Mr. Smeal, were those the only corrections that you wanted to make?
Yes, sorry about that.
All right. So Ms. Howes, if we could mark those next two exhibits.
Okay, so the witness's statement respecting rail will be Exhibit 36, and the corrected Appendix 7 full document will be Exhibit 37.
Thank you, Ms. Howes. And then finally, Ms. Antler, could you bring up Mr. Smeal's rebuttal statement? Okay, lastly, Mr. Smeal, did you also swear a statement of rebuttal evidence in these arbitration proceedings?
Yes, I did.
And is that your signature on the document?
Yes, it is.
And was this statement true and accurate at the time you prepared the statement?
Yes, it is.
And does it remain true and accurate to the best of your knowledge today?
Yes.
Subject to any objections, we'd ask that be marked as the last exhibit for Mr. Smeal.
Ms. Roberts, any objections?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Exhibit 38.
Thank you, Ms. House. I don't have any additional questions for Mr. Smeal before turning it over to Ms. Roberts.
Okay, then it's over to you, Ms. Roberts. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Snow.
Good morning.
Thank you for coming today. I take it it goes without saying you're the town's current chief administrative officer, correct?
Yes.
And you've been in that role for how long?
Since 2006.
And is that how you were initially employed with the town? Is that the same date of your employment, 2006?
No, it wasn't. I started employment in 2000.
Okay. And what were you doing then?
I was a director of corporate services.
Do you have an accounting designation?
No, I don't.
Okay. What is your highest level of education?
Business administration diploma, and then my NACLA level 1 and 2 after that.
Sorry, your what level 1 and 2?
Sorry, my National Advanced Certificate in Local Administrative Authority, level 1 and 2.
Great, thank you. And you've been present and/or observing these proceedings throughout, correct?
I've been attending most of the time, maybe stepping away once in a while, but I have had an opportunity to be part of every hearing.
Okay, so but for brief excusing yourself from the room, you've been in attendance throughout?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. Just 1 second. My apologies. Sorry, Ms. House, I misplaced my questions. I wonder if I might just have 1 quick minute. I really apologize. I'm not sure if I just left them at the printer table, but I just need 1 moment. Sorry about that.
Okay, go ahead.
Sorry about that. Thank you for your patience, Mr. Snow. You're here to give evidence today as a lay witness, correct?
Yes,
Okay. You're not being produced as an expert to provide an expert opinion, am I right?
correct.
Okay. If I can have you turn to Appendix 25 for general evidence statement, please.
Sorry, of the general evidence statement?
Yes, please. This is I take it you know this is a letter between myself as counsel for Woodlands County and your legal counsel for the town, Mr. Ward, correct?
Yes. Sorry, Ms. Roberts, did you say this is a letter from Mr. Ward? It's a letter from yourself.
If I did say that, that wasn't my intention. I'm saying it was a letter from myself as counsel for the county to the town, your counsel, Mr. Ward.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, if I misspoke, I apologize. I meant to say what I just said. And you would agree with that, right?
Yes.
Thank you. And you would agree with me that in this letter, I attempted to set out the issues that Woodlands County wished to have before the arbitration, correct?
I believe so, yes.
You want to take a moment to review it? I realize you have a lot of documents attached, so if you need a moment, just let me know. I can refer you to the paragraph of your statement. Your statement is references this document at paragraph 37. And you rely on the letter to say, in my letter, Woodlands confirmed its willingness to contribute funding for the services delivered by Whitecourt that benefit its residents. You see that?
Yes.
And my question for you is just that in this letter, one of the functions of this letter was to set out what Woodlands County wished to refer to the arbitration, right?
Yes, your letter does state that just above number 1.
Right. And so the first item then, if we walk through this together, I just want to make sure we're on the same page. One essentially says, the question is, should there be an ICF as between the town and the county, right?
Yes. Sorry, Ms. Roberts, I'm having difficulty hearing you.
Okay. I'm just checking my microphone settings to make sure.
Miss Roberts, when you face the camera, it's fine, but as you turn your head, that's when you're breaking up for some reason.
Okay, thanks. So, Mr. Smill, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for letting me know as well. If that happens again, please do let me know. Okay, so in the first paragraph there, we're proposing that there be an ICF consistent with the requirements of the legislation, right?
Yes, you do state that.
Okay, and one of those requirements you'd agree with me is reciprocity, correct?
Can you explain, sir?
Are you familiar with the requirements? Are you familiar with the requirements of the Part 17.2 of the MGA?
I've read them before, but as far as me being up on it today, no.
It's not your area of expertise. Is that right?
Well, I did read it.
Okay. So the second point there, the county was raising a question about unforeseen expenditures and as the second item that's listed on this letter, right?
Correct.
Okay, and above that, in the third paragraph, or sorry, in the second paragraph of the letter, you would agree with me after the term ICF is defined. It says Woodlands requires the ability to forecast spending, prepare budgets, and allocate resources with a degree of certainty. You see that?
Yes.
That's really become what we ultimately, in the matters that were referred for arbitration, became the fiscal stewardship question, right? You understand that? From the county's perspective, I appreciate the town may have a different one. The county was the party that put fiscal stewardship on the list of issues, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Number 3, you'd agree with me in this letter, is fire.
Sorry, number 3, you're number 3?
Yeah, in the letter on page 105 of your statement.
Okay.
It's on the screen. So that one's fire services, right?
Correct.
Then the next issue, so the fourth one there is water, wastewater, right?
Correct.
And we've all called the fifth one that's listed on this letter, it's there listed as solid waste service, but we've described it also as landfill, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and then lastly is the airport, right?
Yes, that's number 6.
Right. And the rest of the issues that are before the arbitrator in this proceeding were put forward by the town. Is that right?
I believe so. Yes. Yes.
You're familiar with the fact that the town has filed a civil lawsuit against the county, correct?
Yes.
I'm going to ask Ms. Antler to pull up general evidence statement from Mr. Frank dated June 30th. Please. Thanks. Can we turn to paragraph 62 on page one? I'm sorry, I've forgotten. I think it's 16. I'm going from memory though, so I might be wrong. Okay, perfect. So there you see that Mr. Frank referred to the civil litigation, and he directed us towards tab 39. And if we could please go to tab 39. I'm sorry, my page number, Ms. Antler. That's the claim we're talking about, correct?
310.
Yes.
Okay. And that was filed on the town's instructions, correct?
Yes.
And the file date there says March 31, 2021, but you would agree with me that was not served until June of 2021, correct?
I can say that it's been filed on March 31st. I don't recall when it was actually served, Ms. Roberts.
Okay, go back to page 16. Do you see Mr. Smil, do you see Mr. Frank's statement in paragraph 63 that the county was served on June 18, 2021? You see that?
Yes, I do, Ms. Roberts.
Okay, and you don't have any reason not to believe that, do you?
No.
Okay, thanks. Are you aware that the county defended that claim on July 2nd of 2021?
Sorry, Ms. Roberts, I just didn't get the first part of your question.
No problem. Are you aware that the county, I'll break it in two. The county defended the lawsuit, right?
Yes.
Do you know that happened on July 2, 2021?
No, I don't.
Okay. Do you know that your counsel instructed that the town was interested in moving this along and would not agree to a delay?
Sorry, I'm having a tough time hearing you, Ms. Roberts, in regards to the question. I got the first part, but then you phased out and then you finished.
Okay. I'm going to try this again, and then maybe, Ms. Howes, what we'll do is we'll try to switch out some of the sound, and we'll take a really short recess to do that. Mr. Smale, my question was, are you aware that the county was not given an extension? So it had to file, and it filed in the 20 days that was required.
No, I don't.
Okay. You don't have any reason to say that's not true. You just don't know. Is that right?
I don't know, Mrs. Roberts.
Ms. Howes, can we just pause? And I'm going to try to switch out my sound for something else to try to make that more clear for Mr. Smale, if that's acceptable to you.
Thank you, please.
Ms. Antler, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
I can't hear you.
I'm not muted, so.
Can you, Jim, yes. I need you. Leave, hit leave, hit leave, hit leave.
You want me to leave?
Are you ready to go, Ms. Roberts? Looks like there's things they're still working on, Mr. Ward, so we'll wait till they're ready to go.
Ms. Antler, can you hear me?
Yes, I can now.
So weird. Okay, our other system's not working. I don't know why. So sorry. Okay, let me just make sure that Mr. Smell can hear me, most importantly. Mr. Smell, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Ms. Roberts, sorry.
It's okay. Pervasive mute button. Okay. At the morning break, we'll try to see if we can find something better. And I'll try to speak really loudly. Mr. Smell, please do tell me if you aren't able to hear me.
Yes, actually, you're coming in nice and clear now.
Okay, I have no idea what went wrong there. Okay, so I think I was asking you if you had any reason to believe that the information I'm providing you about when the county filed its statement of defense was incorrect, and I advised you that it filed on July 2 of 2021.
No, I don't have a reason to believe it would be different than that.
Okay. In paragraph 35 of your statement, you refer to the census data, and that is the data from the 2016 census that the town is relying on in the lawsuit as well, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And are you familiar with the calculations done by the town using the 2016 census data?
I didn't do the calculations myself, but Ms. Barney did it and was did review this with the county during the last couple of years with the county, for sure.
Previously, the county and the town used the 2011 census data, correct?
Yes.
And are you aware that the 2016 census data used by the town is calculated based on the total population reported for Woodlands County divided by the number of households in Woodlands County?
I believe, sorry, I'm just getting some feedback. I do believe that the census was used in a calculation where they determined the number of households, because the electoral boundaries, the divisional boundaries for Woodlands County and the Census Canada boundaries were different. So they have to go ahead and create a formula that best represents both municipalities.
Right, and so just to dumb that down for my level, what you're saying is, I think the cost share agreement that we've all referenced as the cost share agreement, the 2008 agreement that was amended, that relied on council divisions, regions within the county, correct?
Yes, it did.
And specifically calculated the highest portion of contribution for that division of the county that is closest to the town, correct? So the cost share contributions were weighted for the people living closest to the town, as opposed to people who, for example, live in Fort Assiniboine for some of those calculations. Am I right about that?
It was calculated based on the population of the electoral boundaries around Whitecourt.
Right, and the electoral boundaries, and you're saying that's not the same as the census data that was what Statistics Canada used in its census in 2016.
The census data does not use electoral boundaries as per 2016, and I believe even 2011 they don't follow the electoral boundaries.
Right, so you're estimating population as opposed to having an actual number from the census, correct?
We are using the data from the census that shows the residents. From that, we've used the same calculations that we've done in previous years, where we took the total population divided by the number of residents to give you out a per resident count, and then times it by the number of residents. I believe that we had to do that even when I was in Woodlands County to come up with the right cost sharing numbers.
Okay, and are you aware that the process used under the 2011 census was different than the process used under the 2016 census data?
I don't recall that, Ms. Roberts.
Okay. You're aware, sorry, that the county and the town have exchanged correspondence, with the Minister of Municipal Affairs in relation to the ICF, correct?
Yes.
Are you also aware that the mayor of the town of Whitecourt, Mayor Chichak, also wrote to both the Minister of Municipal Affairs and the Premier with respect to regionalization?
Yes.
Specifically on May 15th of 2020, are you aware that Mayor Chichak wrote to the Minister of Municipal Affairs, who is then the Honorable Casey Madhu, discussing a merger of municipalities?
I am aware of a letter that Mayor Chichak wrote to Municipal Affairs, I believe outlining a number of possibilities in regards to opinions in regards to merger of municipalities.
Okay. And you're aware then that both the Minister of Municipal Affairs and the Premier declined to engage and participate in facilitating that process for the town, correct?
Mr. Roberts, I don't know that.
You don't know how the Minister of Municipal Affairs or the Premier responded?
I don't recall the correspondence received, if we received anything back from the province in regards to it.
Okay. So you're not aware of whether there is a letter from Minister Madhu back to Ms. Chichek, Mayor Chichek?
Ms. Roberts, I would believe that the minister would always respond back to any mayor that's writing the Minister of Municipal Affairs in regards to correspondence received.
Okay, are you aware that Mayor Chichek then went on to write to the Premier of Alberta, Jason Kenney, about this regionalization approach?
I don't know the details of it, and I don't know if it was a CC or an individual letter being sent out to the Premier.
You're saying you're not sure whether Mayor Chichek was the only person writing to the Premier?
No.
What do you mean by CC?
Carbon copy to, I don't know if when the mayor wrote the letter to the Minister of Municipal Affairs, if she carbon copied the Premier of Alberta.
Okay, so you don't know then that on June 2nd of 2020, Mayor Chichek wrote directly to the Honorable Jason Kenney, Premier of Alberta. I take it.
I know there was correspondence, I just don't recall.
Okay. Are you aware that the reference was made to voluntary amalgamation?
As indicated, Ms. Roberts, I just do not recall the letter, the details of the letter.
Are you aware whether the town was interested in an amalgamation, voluntary or otherwise, in 2020 when those letters were being written?
Sorry, can you restate that question?
Are you aware whether the town was interested in an amalgamation or a merger, whether voluntary or involuntary, when Mayor Chichek wrote those letters?
I believe the level of detail discussed with council, I don't recall any discussion in regards to position, in regards to whether or not the town wanted to amalgamate with Woodlands County or not in regards to it.
You don't know. Sorry, I'm not sure I understand. Are you saying you don't know whether the county, when you're saying council, are you talking about town council?
Yes, town council.
So you don't know if town council had consulted the county? Is that what you're saying?
Sorry, can you repeat your question and then I can try to attempt to answer it?
My question was whether the town, at the time that Mayor Chichek wrote letters to the province addressing questions of merger and amalgamation, in fact, I believe it was actually Minister Madhu who suggested that the town rely on the voluntary amalgamation provisions of the MGA. Are you aware whether that was of interest to the town when in 2020 those letters were written to the province?
I don't recall our council asking direction in regards to any options of amalgamation with the county.
You do know that the county didn't agree to any amalgamation.
Ms. Roberts, I don't know how the, I don't think it's fair for me to answer how the county felt on amalgamation in regards to it.
Has there ever been any agreement with respect to amalgamation involving the county and the town?
Ms. Roberts, Ms. Howes, I struggle to see how this is relevant to the arbitration that we have before us. And if you want to excuse the witness in terms of responding, I don't need you to lead him in terms of what you're suggesting, but I just struggle to see the relevance of any of these past discussions on amalgamation or other intermunicipal things in terms of our ICF.
Ms. Howes, I'd like to ask the witness a couple of questions, please, to convey the relevance of the question.
Okay, I'll allow a couple of questions and then we're coming back to the objection.
Mr. Smill, your statement, the entirety of your statement, signed June 30th, addresses a time frame that ends in 2017. Am I correct?
Sorry, can you just repeat that?
The time frame of what you say happens between the relationship between the town and the county. In your statement, you stop that timeline at 2017. Am I right?
Ms. Roberts, what are you referring to in my statement? What part?
You outline from paragraph 1, where there's the heading History of Growing Together. That section carries on until you get to paragraph 17, cost sharing and tax revenue sharing. See that?
Yeah, that is my statement, yeah.
Great. You'd agree with me that chronologically what happens after 2017 is in 2018, there are the first communications where the county is pulling out of some agreements or asking to be relieved of some of the obligations under the agreement, correct? If you need me to take you to a document, I can.
I'm sorry, Ms. Roberts, I'm trying to answer your first question in regards to the timelines from the history of growing together from item number 1 to, I believe you said item number 7 or paragraph 17.
Well, 17 is the new section. In 1
Yes.
through 16, you're talking about the past, correct?
In paragraph 13, we talk about the IDP, which is currently in place. We talk about growing together, economic development opportunities, tourism opportunities. Those continue on today.
There is no more joint tourism committee, and there's no more joint economic development committee, correct?
You're correct. However, there is initiatives that both both councils are currently still using those objectives identified in the IDP to date.
The IDP was due for a major review in 2018, correct?
IDP should be reviewed every 5 years in regards to it, and the process was being started in regards to the IDP review.
But it was not completed because the relationship between these parties broke down, correct?
I think that definitely had some bearing on the outcome of the IDP being stalled in regards to it. I still have staff that have the open file, and we'll be completing that over the next 1 or 2 years.
Right, so it was signed, as you note in paragraph 13, in 2013. In fact, it was signed in March. It came into play as a bylaw in March of 2013, right?
Correct.
And the 5-year review would have then been in March of 2018, correct?
It's not a statutory review, but a review every 5 years, 5 years plus from 2013. Yes, you're correct. It would be 2018.
Mandated in the IDP that was agreed between the parties to review, right?
Sorry, Ms. Roberts, I cannot hear anything you say.
It was set out in the bylaw that it be reviewed in 5 years, correct?
I don't know that. And if you see it, I definitely would agree with you.
I'm looking at 4.1.2, page 74 of your statement, please.
Ms. Roberts, I'm not sure how this is showing the relevance of the questions that you had before, so. Have you moved on to something else?
Well, I may come back to them, and if I do, Mr. Ward's objections will come back to life, I suspect.
Mr. Ward, I'll rely on you to raise them again.
Thank you, Ms. House.
So 4.1.2 on page 74 says, there will be a major review after 5 years from the date on which the IDP is adopted by bylaw. And the bylaw is on page 50, the approval date, it says adopt March 2013. Ms. Antlerway, may we go to 50 for one moment, just so Mr. Smill can see that? Do you see that there, Mr. Smill?
Yes, I do. Ms. Roberts.
Okay. So you'd agree with me, March of 2018 is 5 years, right?
Yes, I agree again with you.
Okay. And we are now in September of 2021, and there has not been a major review of the IDP completed. Am I right?
Not a complete review. You're right.
And the timeline of events proceeded that I referenced a moment ago began with concerns being raised in 2018 by the county about the ability to continue to pay what the town was asking in cost share agreements. Are you aware of that?
The correspondence received from the county, yes.
Okay. And in 2019 or thereabouts, for some period of time, the parties entered into mediation, right?
Yes, in the beginning of 2019, part 1 mediation.
And that mediation concluded, I take it, in 2020?
Well, the mediation started in 2019. Just to be clear, it started with both councils and with the assistance of 2 mediators. That was paused a few months later in regards to the process. And
so you're saying there's like a phase 1 and phase 2? Is that kind of where you're going with that?
well, because of the outcome of phase 1 and how we felt mistreated in regards to how the mediation was going, it was paused. Then both councils agreed to have administration sit only in mediation and remove all council members. That transpired until for another 6 months. And then we did a check-in with council, with both councils, because we hit a very successful point in a mediation. They met with both councils, county council in the morning, then town council in the afternoon. When they came to town council in the afternoon, mediation was informed us that mediation was off. And the county council did not want to proceed with the same type of mediation. Then at that time, It was suggested that both administrators meet with a joint counsel to run through. And we hired, both of us agreed to hire a joint lawyer to work through the agreements. And we did that for a few months, quite successful in regards to fire and ICF drafts. And then it was called off again, requesting that term hit the easy button and provide you a one fee, provide the county, a town, a one fee but amount for fee for service. So one inclusive amount, that amount was provided. We countered with the fee, and then we agreed to go to arbitration.
Great. So if I can summarize that in one sentence, Mr. Smill, what you're saying is the parties attempted to negotiate and failed, and they didn't reach any agreement whatsoever, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
That's probably better than my long-winded version.
No, that's okay. You gave a history. Thank you. So, and so as I understand your statement, you describe what happened with the agreements, and then you move ahead from that period in paragraphs 1 through 16, where you're really talking about the past, and you talk a little bit about the 2019 tax revenue sharing termination notice in paragraph 36. So if we go back to page 10 of your statement. See that?
Yes.
Okay. And the successor to that was the town's termination of the water wastewater agreement, right?
Following that, yes.
Okay. And all of that's occurring while you're in this process that you just described with the mediation that began in the beginning of 2019, correct?
Yes.
And then I know you, one second. Get ready, Mr. Ward. And then in May of 2020, Mayor Chichak writes to Casey Madu about a merger process. And I don't know, I know you don't know the dates, but you recall there were letters, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to give you the dates that I have in front of me on letters. I have a May 15 date from Mayor Chichak to Minister Madu. At the time, he was that minister. That's what I like to call the revolving door ministry. It seems like you have had a lot of ministers in that office in the last year and a half. So we start, I think, in this process with Minister Madu in 2020. In May 26, Minister Madu wrote back to Mayor Chichak, references the voluntary amalgamation provisions in the MGA. Mayor Chichak then writes to the Premier on June 2 of 2020. And the subject line of that letter is request to develop specialized municipalities task force as part of Alberta's economic recovery plan. And Mayor Chichak wrote, she was writing to share her disappointment in the government's response. Mr. Ward, would you like to object?
Well, firstly, he said he doesn't remember the content of the specific letters, but again, I'm not sure I understand the relevance of the entire line of dealing with a potential amalgamation at that point in time.
Oh, I believe that Mr. Smill, I believe that you were telling the history of the relationship between the parties in your general witness statement. Am I correct?
Ms. Roberts, before we go on, we're going to deal with the relevance objection.
Okay, my submission is that this is relevant to the history that Mr. Smill has provided of the relationship between these parties and the reasons we are here in this arbitration, which Mr. Smill's statements speak to directly. And a portion of that history is omitted, and it's not privileged.
Mr. Ward?
The information in Mr. Smill's statement by way of background describes the agreements between the parties in terms of setting up the way cost sharing was done in the past. I still have difficulty understanding of one party's either looking for or discussing voluntary amalgamation that obviously didn't come to fruition, how that's relevant. But
Ms. House, my response would be that it goes to my client's argument with respect to whether or not this is in good faith. And the water agreement goes to that issue, the termination rather. All of these communications, there is reference, Mr. Smill's statement, and I will take you to a specific provision, addresses some question, makes suggestions that the county, impliedly makes suggestions the county is not acting in good faith. And I think the county is entitled to defend itself by referencing the conduct of the town, which Mr. Smill has knowledge of, even if it's at a very high level. I think it also goes to the necessity for a dispute resolution provision and what that needs to look like in the ICF. And I would hope that that is relevant to everybody and will not be a matter of dispute, but I stand to be corrected.
I'm going to take 10 minutes and I'm going to look at a couple of these statements where it apparently talks about good faith or bad faith or whatever, and then I'll come back and talk to you about it. So we'll take a break until 10:15.
Thank you.
Okay, I've searched through the issues that were referred to me for arbitration, as well as many of the witness statements. Ms. Roberts, can you assist me where the allegation of the county not acting in good faith is contained?
There is no express allegation. There are representations made in the evidence. So let's begin with there are references. In fact, the document that I started with at tab 25, that reference is made at paragraph 37. And the representations made in paragraph 37 really go to the question of, and then it carries on from page 10 to page 11. So there's some references there to what the county has paid and what the town had considered payable, etc. And I think what I'm asking is that the documents that I have referenced, or the information rather that I've referenced, which is within Mr. Smill's knowledge, being that in addition to the various other things that have occurred, both parties have referenced the mediation, the fact that there was a mediation process, that there's been ongoing breakdown of the relationship. So in Mr. Smill's statement, that starts, there's some references earlier, but it really begins in paragraph 36. He talks about the terminations. And then we go on to, there's correspondence between the parties about the willingness to contribute. That's where he references my letter to Mr. Ward with the issues. And then that carries on into the reference to further correspondence and the town's RFD with respect to what we're looking for in terms of payment. That's tab 28. And then further, sorry, I should go back for a second. In paragraph 36, Mr. Smill says the county didn't provide town evidence of significant material hardship. I have questions for Mr. Smill about that, but I think it's been a consistent theme throughout that the county has tried to communicate its financial issues, and the town has said whatever the town said, including the representation that the county hasn't done enough to demonstrate that it's had financial hardship. That's the issue of the financial evidence that's in before you on the 16th. And then what we have is in paragraphs 44 and 45 and 46, Mr. Smill has gone on to essentially talk about what I will put to him are all opinions, essentially going to the fact that the county should continue to pay what the town requires. And the question of the amalgamation goes to whether or not the town has throughout essentially proceeded in a manner that is about the town wants what the town wants, and the town wants to get what the town wants to get. And ultimately, that's the theme that sort of underscores, I think, the various general evidence statements. And the issue with respect to the amalgamation is that the town has an agenda, and the county has been responding to that, however it's been responding. And I think that it is relevant to the question of whether or not there is good faith conduct between the parties, and to suggest that the county hasn't paid its amount and the town has concluded whatever. The agreements have terminated and they've reached an agreement. And that's really what Mr. Smill's evidence in those state paragraphs between 36 and 45 deal with. And I would say that in the context of that, it's relevant to address the fact that the town is also asking the province to step in and create some sort of merger between these municipalities, which is inconsistent with the process of mediation, and it's inconsistent with the process of the ICF. There is no allegation of bad faith in the issues that were put forward, but I think you've already heard evidence today showing that the issues that were put forward are numerous, and a small number of them were put forward by the county, and the balance were put forward by the town. And I think to exclude this evidence, there's no prejudice to the town in excluding the evidence about the town's other agenda, which is creating this sort of regional merger that's referenced in the letters that I brought to Mr. Smill's attention, which he does not deny having knowledge of. He just doesn't have particulars.
So, Ms. Roberts, you're saying that there is no allegation by the town that the county has acted in bad faith throughout this. But are you trying to suggest that the county is now alleging the town is acting in bad faith?
I'm suggesting that the relationship has serious issues. I think I said there was no allegation of bad faith in the issues that were put before you. There's no bad faith as an issue for you to determine by either side. I wasn't saying that it was one or the other. I'm saying there was no representation with respect to bad faith as an issue for you to determine.
Can you say that the questions you were asking about amalgamation go to the question and the allegation of bad faith? If there is no allegation of bad faith in front of me to decide, how are the questions about amalgamation relevant to something that's not in front of me?
They are relevant to what is in front of you, which is a dispute between the parties about what their relationship is. And Mr. Smill and the town's witnesses have continued to call this a partnership, notwithstanding there's a lawsuit around it, a civil lawsuit, there's this arbitration, and the parties do not see eye to eye. And I think that goes to what we need from you in terms of a dispute resolution mechanism. And I think that the issues around the amalgamation are consistent with the rest of the issues that the county has raised concerns about, and the town wants to continually say the town's this magnanimous party, and it's not. And I think that without reference to that evidence, you have what I'm going to submit is Mr. Smill's statement, which is an almost 100% opinion. And so I'm going to walk him through that. And so perhaps we can reserve your decision on whether or not you will consider the evidence with respect to the town's efforts to amalgamate or force a merger. I only raised that so that you have that.
Let me just be clear. You're now drawing your claim that the information about amalgamation is relevant to an allegation of bad faith. You're now withdrawing that. Because you're saying there is no allegation of bad faith. They're relevant to something else, but not to an allegation of bad faith.
I'm not saying that I'm not going to allege bad faith in my argument, Ms. Howes. I'm saying this is evidence, and it goes to the question of whether there is or isn't bad faith. And I'm not withdrawing. I didn't put an issue before you to determine whether there was bad faith. That doesn't preclude me from arguing it. I think it's questionable about whether or not it's good faith to put in a statement entirely filled with opinion, and I would like to ask you to consider the evidence that I've raised in that context.
Well, I'm sure you raised that in your closing argument. The other thing that you raised, so now you're saying you may raise an allegation that the town has been acting in bad faith. So it's not about the county defending its reputation against an allegation of bad faith. It's now that you may raise an allegation on behalf of the county that the town has been doing something that is not in good faith in this.
I think it's both, Ms. Howes, and I would appreciate us not having to wade into what my argument will be. My position is that the county has been on the defensive, and it also has questions in being asked to, in having statements put forward that are one-sided and exclusive of other evidence that's relevant and material. If you're going to tell a story of a narrative as though it's a complete narrative, I think you need to include all the pieces of the puzzle. And so I think that I'm not suggesting that we put either party put a request before you to determine the question of good or bad faith. I'm saying in the evidence itself, there's a question of whether or not this has been approached in good faith. And that is a question that will be addressed in argument, because it's not something that Mr. Smill or any other witness can give evidence about. Did you act in good faith? That's not the question. The question is, does the factual history of the amalgamation, I'm going to call it the merger request, because in fairness to Mayor Chichak, she didn't ask for an amalgamation. She was disappointed by that suggestion. What she wanted the province to do was intervene for a merger. And so the question of whether or not there was correspondence is relevant and material to the timeline. That is what Mr. Smill's evidence in part goes to. And I think that is admissible, and that's what I'm asking to be admitted. I'm not putting documents to him. I'm not going to have any more questions about them. I asked him if he had knowledge, and he did. And that's all that I'm asking be admitted. The question we've asked, I don't need to revisit those documents. I don't see any prejudice to the town in including it. And I think there is prejudice to the county in excluding it.
Mr. Ward, as I recall, you raised the question about the relevance of the amalgamation question. And then we heard some other questions because Ms. Roberts wanted to identify or demonstrate the relevance. Then we seem to have moved on to something else from that. Then we came back to the questions about the letters requesting merger amalgamation, and you raised two objections. One, what's the relevance of the amalgamation? And the second is that the witness had already answered that they did not recall the content or details of dates. So have answered the question to the best of their ability. The questioning should stop essentially on that. And Ms. Roberts indicated that the voluntary amalgamation was relevant because it goes to the argument that the county is not acting in good faith and they were entitled to defend their reputation. And this witness has high-level knowledge of that. And she also indicated it goes to the necessity for demonstrating a dispute resolution provision and what it should look like in this process. So what else do you have to say about that, Mr. Ward, having heard Ms. Roberts now?
I think just to be brief, Ms. Howes, there isn't a specific allegation from the town about bad faith by the county. I think they've put forward their understanding of events. It's clear there are, I think clear to everybody that there's a difficult relationship between the parties. So I don't think anyone's disputing the need for a dispute resolution process. I don't think any of those things are an issue. Ultimately, Ms. Howes, I heard my friend say she doesn't have further questions on that issue. So I don't want to belabor the point, understanding the timing issues we have today. If that was the question she asked, and Mr. Smill's knowledge was that he, I believe, generally was aware of a letter, but not the specific contents. I don't think anything turns on that, but if that's the extent of the evidence, that's fine, Ms. Howes, and perhaps we can simply move on.
Thank you. Then we'll move on, and no more questions about the letters to the minister or the premier. So
Thank you.
thank you.
Mr. Smill, may I please have you turn to paragraph 1 of your statement? The general evidence, sorry, back to the general evidence statement. You say in paragraph 1, in the second sentence, you say Whitecourt serves as the largest urban center between Edmonton and Grand Prairie. And then you go on to talk about Woodlands County. You see that?
Yes.
Okay. And one of the things that you refer to in your statement later on is the AUMA catchment area. And that's at Appendix 13 is the map of that. I don't need you to go there just this second. I just want to say you recognize that you talk about the AUMA catchment areas, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so you would agree with me that between Edmonton and Grand Prairie, in addition to Woodlands County, there is Spruce Grove and Stony Plain, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And those are both bigger than, do you know, actually I should just ask you that, do you know that those are both bigger in population than Woodlands County?
Bigger in Woodlands County? I believe.
Or sorry, bigger than Whitecourt? I'm sorry, I meant the town. Thank you for clarifying. Bigger than the town.
I believe both are.
Okay. So if I look at the 2016 data, I see 34,000 roughly in Spruce Grove and almost 18,000 in Stony Plain. Any reason to, I appreciate you probably don't know those numbers, but any reason to believe those numbers are inaccurate?
No.
Okay. And specifically with respect to catchment areas, that would mean that a municipality in between Edmonton and Whitecourt, depending on where it's located, may go to Spruce Grove or Stony Plain or may come to Whitecourt, correct?
Sorry, are you making reference from anybody between Grand Prairie and Edmonton?
No.
Or between Whitecourt and Edmonton?
So I'm saying, sure, we can use the Grand Prairie reference instead. You're saying the largest urban center between Edmonton and Grand Prairie, but if Spruce Grove and Stony Plain are bigger, what I was really trying to get across with you would be to say, isn't it true that someone, for example, in Mayerthorpe may go to Woodlands or may go to Spruce Grove or Stony Plain?
Ms. Roberts, you indicated Woodlands again? You mean Whitecourt?
Yes, and I'm sorry that I keep doing that. It may happen again, so I'll apologize in advance. The town, I'm going to try to call it the town. So someone in Mayerthorpe may go to the town, or they may go to Stony Plain or Spruce Grove, right?
If they wanted to travel further, yes.
Right, and what I'm talking about is the AUMA catchment areas are like rings around a municipality, right?
Correct.
And so there would be, if we were drawing a ring around Whitecourt, the town, and a ring around, let's call it Spruce Grove, those rings, to the extent they intersect, those municipalities that are in that intersection could go either way, right?
If you're making reference to the map that was included, Blue Ridge, Mayerthorpe areas, went up to a 60-kilometer range. I don't know if the rings would intercept from that distance, Ms. Roberts, as I believe they're probably 120 kilometers or more, probably, further from Whitecourt. So I'm not sure if I agree with that statement.
Okay, but you would agree with me that it's not correct to say that Whitecourt is the largest urban center between Edmonton and Grand Prairie?
Yeah, and I if you run through it, it should be maybe Edmonton region. I guess when I wrote this, I took that the two references that you made were in the Edmonton region because of proximity of those two municipalities that you've mentioned being in the surrounding Edmonton neighborhood.
So you would call Stony Plain and Spruce Grove part of the greater Edmonton area as a region? Is what you're saying? I'm not saying you'd call it that generally, but that was the assumption you made when you made the statement in paragraph 1.
Yes, you could say that, Ms. Roberts.
Okay. Thank you. Paragraph 2. I think you were present when Ms. Scheck-Loberg was examined, correct?
Yes, for most of it, yes.
Great. And we talked I asked Ms. Scheckloberg about the statements planning without borders. You have two references to that phrase and another phrase in your paragraph 2 at the end where you talk about, in quotation marks, 2 communities, comma, 1 future. You see that?
Yes.
Okay. You recall Ms. Scheckloberg giving evidence that planning without borders, that's not a phrase that was approved in any agreement as between the town and the county, right?
Was there an agreement in place for the planning without borders to adopt that? No.
Okay. It doesn't appear in any of the agreements that are executed are executed and have now terminated as between the municipalities, right?
There is no reference to the slogans that were used between the 2 municipalities in the agreements.
You say they adopted those 2 slogans that you referenced, but you don't include any document showing that the county used that slogan, either of those slogans, correct?
Well, I would still say that the communities adopted those slogans, meaning that when we go on tours, when I go to the next room next door to us and pull out my jackets that say those slogans on it, are gifts that we give the ministers, or the president of Pengrowth when he comes and visits. Those slogans are part of who we are. Do we have a formal agreement? No, Ms. Roberts, but we're very proud of those slogans that we have. Both municipalities are.
Sir, you're only here to speak on behalf of the town, am I right?
Yes.
Okay, so you can't give me evidence about what the county thinks or believes today, can you?
That's the question.
In what reference, when I was talking about the slogans were adopted, this would have been through joint economic development that we had, that both councils approved with the adoption of budgets for souvenirs or gifts. These are slogans that were appeared on numerous economic development packages that were presented by both mayors of the community. So no, I cannot speak on behalf of Woodlands, but I'm just indicating when we participated with Woodlands in a number of events, our business opportunities, these 2 slogans were used throughout those presentations.
They were used by the town, right?
By the when we did presentations, we did those with 2 CEOs present and 2 mayors, and they were both.
Sorry, and you have no documentary evidence of that in your statement, correct?
I don't know if I do, Ms. Roberts. I don't recall if I have any attachments that have those slogans or not.
Okay. You certainly didn't attach any when you referenced it in paragraph 2, right?
No, I didn't. Okay,
and your statement, the entirety of paragraph 2, this is your opinion about your geography. All of these statements in this paragraph, they're your opinion in your position as the CAO on behalf of the town. Is that right?
Well, we just went through the last part, so I won't comment on that. The first sentence offered a blend of rural and urban living. I would agree with, I think that's factual in regards to it. As far as a pro-business climate, you betcha, that's what we sell it as, but that's my opinion of it, you know, promoting Whitecourt to everybody that has an opportunity to come to our community.
Sir, you agree with me that under the MGA, the town and the county are separate legal corporations, right?
Yes, Ms. Roberts.
So they do not share one voice ever, correct?
They are separate. And when I speak of one voice, maybe I misspoke in regards to it, but in joint presentations that we make throughout the years, in the last 10 years, we spoke as a lot of times, we've spoke as one voice when making those presentations and representing the community to whoever was in front of us. If it was a minister, a premier, a president of a company, our potential client, we spoke as one voice together.
That's your opinion, correct?
I'm just indicating that we have, so that's fact.
You're indicating that you're speaking in one voice. You have no authority to speak on behalf of the county. Am I right about that?
Correct.
So you have no authority to say that you're speaking in one voice on behalf of both the town and the county, even if you're attending an event, correct?
Yes, what I was referring to was making reference to was those events that we were together, and the town would not, including myself, would not step out of line and say anything that wasn't supported by the county, because they are their own body and they have that right.
Right, and that relationship, what you're describing, is no longer in place, correct?
We still do, we are still doing joint economic development initiatives, Ms. Roberts, right now.
Which ones?
We are right now promoting a geothermal project that we've been jointly funded for. We are doing a regional business park with our partners at the county.
Okay, that's it?
No, we are doing the Muni Center. We're joint
The which, sorry, I just didn't catch what you said.
the Arts and Culture and Library Center, the Muni Center project that both representations are sitting on and promoting it.
Just a second. Before you go on from that, you're talking about the municipal center that Ms. Grande gave evidence about last time, correct?
Yes,
And you heard Ms. Grande give evidence that there was no agreement in place and no funding contributions that were agreed upon by the county for that project, correct?
there is no agreements, correct. Similar to,
So just a minute, Mr. Smill, just a minute. Just to back up for a second. So you said that there's representation. You mean there's Mr. Rennie from County Council on the committee, the ad hoc, I'm going to forget the name, but the ad hoc building committee for that municipal center, right?
correct.
Okay. And so that is a town project, right? It's not a county project.
It is proposed to be in town.
And the town is making the decisions. What happens? Ultimately, if recommendations are made by any of those advisory committees that Ms. Grande gave us evidence about, those decisions all ultimately get vetted through town council, correct?
And also to Woodlands County. If they're going to be a partner, Ms. Roberts.
And they're not a partner right now, correct?
Do they have a legal agreement? I believe you're going to ask me the next question is no, they don't have a legal agreement, but they are sitting on the committees and have been part of the planning process for the last, I would say, 8, 10 years on the process in regards to capacity building requirements for the Muni Center.
That project that you're talking about took a major transition when it was no longer going to be constructed at the school, correct?
In what sense, Ms. Roberts?
Can you answer my questions, Mr. Smill? It took a major transition. It was no longer the same project, correct? It was supposed to be part of a school, and it's no longer part of a school. It's moved locations completely. Am I wrong?
It is not, it wasn't, it did change and it's no longer part of the school. You're correct.
No money's been provided by the county in recent years for that project. Am I right?
In recent years, no.
And the county's contributions, as I understood Ms. Grande's evidence, was that they assisted in helping the town apply for grant funding, correct?
For sure.
Okay, so I interrupted you to go back and clarify that point. You had listed three things. Your evidence of ongoing joint economic development was a geothermal project. We'll get to that. Regional business park and what we've called the municipal center, right?
Yes.
Okay. Has the county contributed any funds towards the regional business park that you referenced? Sorry, did you miss my question?
No, I'm sorry, Ms. Roberts. I'm trying to recall if
Okay, no worries.
grant was a 100% grant funding or a partial grant funding. And I'm sorry, I don't know if it would be 100% funded by the province or feds. Either municipality would have contributed. If it was a percentage basis, then of course equally we would have requested the town or the county, depends who's the head of the project, would request those matching dollars.
Okay, and you're familiar with the community partnership grant funding, I take it?
Somewhat, yes.
Somewhat, yes, okay. And you were present during the examination of Mr. Tim Shushan, I take it?
Yes.
And do you recall the questions with respect to the rescue truck and the community partnership grant funding for that equipment? What I'm asking is, do you remember me asking Mr. Tim Shushan about that, and he didn't know details about it?
I don't know if I was present during the question. Sorry, Ms. Roberts.
That's okay. That's all right. I just wanted to know if you recalled that. So my questions for you are, were you involved in any way with respect to the purchase of the rescue truck that is currently at the Whitecourt Fire Department Hall?
Yes, I was I was CEO at that time, so I did know of the expenditure for the purchase of the rescue truck.
Okay, so the rescue unit was purchased in part with community partnership grant funding, correct?
I believe that was the grant.
And then the town and the county also contributed monies in addition to that community grant funding to make up the total purchase price, correct?
I believe so, Ms. Roberts.
Are you aware of what the percentage was that the town and the county each contributed of the purchase price? So let me back up, sorry, I'm going to rephrase that question. So above and beyond what the community partnership funding was, there was a balance owing, right?
Correct.
Do you remember that the cost of the rescue unit was somewhere in the range of $900,000 Canadian?
Yes, it was 8 to 900,000, and maybe that's why, because of the Canadian and the U.S. dollar difference.
Right. Right. So it was purchased in US dollars, but if we convert that to Canadian, the purchase price was somewhere between $800,000 and $900,000.
I believe so.
Okay. And so a portion of that was covered off by the grant, right?
Correct.
And then the balance of that, do you know what percentage each of the two municipalities paid?
I don't recall the percentage, but I would assume that it would be a 50-50 percentage.
Okay. Thank you.
What I recall.
No, that's fine. That's, I think, the county's understanding as well. And the revenue from that rescue unit is not split 50-50, correct?
The revenue received from the province?
Yes.
I believe, as indicated, I don't know if I read it or heard it. It's probably brought into general revenues and then to offset the shortfall.
Okay. I'll come back to that, Mr. Smill, just so we can keep moving. So you were listing the various things that are still ongoing. Did I, and I know I diverted you somewhere else, I just want to make sure I have your answer around the ongoing joint economic initiatives. You might have used different language than that. I'm just paraphrasing because I don't remember the exact words you used. And you mentioned the three that we talked about, the geothermal project, the regional business park, the arts and cultural, the municipal center, I'll call it. Those three things were the things that you mentioned. I just want to go back to the regional the regional business park for a second. Did the province contribute to the regional business park?
I do believe, Ms. Roberts, it was provincially funded, but I'm not sure if it was provincial or federal, one or the other.
Okay. You can't say today whether what percentage of the funding came from the province?
No, I don't recall it at this time.
Okay. Was there anything else substantial that we missed in those three things? Was there anything you wanted to add to your list?
Economic development, I don't think there's, I would think that there's ongoing initiatives, and there's, even though we don't have a joint committee, it is the understanding that from both councils that joint initiative projects would be looked at on a case-by-case basis. Not to say that we have other projects with our county partners that are, partnered with other community groups, i.e. the Whitecourt and District Chamber of Commerce. Community Futures is doing a great job with providing a lot of different grants to both organizations. And a lot of times to get better funding, it has to be from a regional perspective. So similar to the tourism grants, three or more bodies access certain grants at a better percentage. So it's for leveraging, both communities use it. And I encourage, I believe, I will speak on behalf of the county, but I would definitely encourage all those types of partnerships to exist still to date in the future.
Okay. Paragraph 3, you talk about some awards, specifically and I think what you're saying when you stated, our collaborations with Woodlands County have been innovative and award-winning, and then you list a number of awards. These are awards that in some cases, I think the majority of these cases, specifically went to either the town or a town organization. For example, the Pettigrew Award, there were two, correct? There was one to the county, to the town, and one to the Rotary Park, with the Rotary Association from the town, correct?
Yes, and some of these awards would have been, Ms. Roberts, when we had a joint economic development committee, that it went to the committee itself. So I remember having both county and town standing on the podium.
Great. The Pettigrew Award did not go to the county. Correct? The Pettigrew Award was the two of them. One was in 2012, I believe, just to the town, right?
I believe if this is the one for the Alberta Parks Association, that if it would have been a one dealing with recreation, of course, at the award ceremonies, depending on who's representing, it would have either been the town or county, or both, hopefully, going up and receiving the award through the Community Services Board.
Okay. With respect to the last item that you list there, the Alberta Fire Smart Committee, what has been done in that regard under the Alberta Fire Smart initiative from the Whitecourt Fire Department? What's been done within the county itself?
In the county, fire smarting rural properties.
And do you know much about that directly?
No, just that they've been trying to promote that recently over the last couple of years, because It's all to deal with fire smart for wildfires. And we recognize that Woodlands County, we could be fire smarted in town, but if our neighbors aren't fire smarted around us in the rural area, it doesn't help the overall situation. So that project has been expanded to the fire smart community, including Woodlands County on the, it's more of a review, Ms. Roberts, about your acreages, the fuels around your acreages are, in our case in Whitecourt, fuels in our yard that could assist a wildfire.
Okay. You refer to the provincial land use policies in paragraph 4 of your statement there. Have you reviewed those ever?
Just from what my planner has indicated in regards to it, providing that information to me.
Okay. So you would accept the evidence that Ms. Scheck-Loberg gave with respect to land use policies?
Yes.
Okay. When I look at paragraph 5, you say in the first sentence, our regional investment and attraction efforts were made possible because of the fact we did not have to define our borders. That's an opinion, right?
Yes, in regards to the reference of not attracting one business either to the county or town, to either, just so long as they come to the community.
You refer in the first bullet under paragraph 5 to that geothermal project opportunity, correct?
One of them, yes. Yeah.
Okay. And the letter that you attached, appendix 5, are you aware that that was accepted by county council for information purposes? Or do you not know?
I don't know, Ms. Roberts.
Okay. You use the phrase joint venture in the first sentence of paragraph 7, but there's no joint venture agreement between the town and the county, right? Sorry, it's on page 3 of your statement.
So is there an agreement in between for these ventures?
I'm saying there's no joint venture agreement between town and county.
Just the previous cost sharing that talked about facilities and services and programs.
Okay, there is no structured joint venture as a specific kind of corporate legal entity, correct?
I believe, I think, yeah, I agree with you.
Okay, that paragraph 7, you say at the end, Whitecourt will have to refocus as the municipality will not be sustainable if the county, and you put it as pull out of its obligations. So first of all, I have a question for you about, are you suggesting that without financial contributions from the county, what the town of Whitecourt will not be sustainable as a corporation?
We would have to refocus in regards to the services and levels provided to the residents.
Sorry, I missed the first part of your answer. I heard you speaking, but I couldn't quite make out what you said. Can you just say that again?
Well, that's fine. We would just have to review levels of service and programs offered by Whitecourt.
So the town would survive. It would have to consider how and what services it provided to the county. Is that right?
Well, if it says should the county pull out, so I'm taking if the county is pulled up, that's what I'm indicating. Then we would have to make that determination. So we're going to review service levels. Ms. Roberts, or else, if need be, I don't think it's going to be desired of my council, but to increase taxes to cover the shortfall.
This is an opinion, correct?
Without $2 to $3 million coming into our budget, that will have an impact in regards to our budget.
But that's not what you say. You say the municipality won't be sustainable.
Without refocusing.
So you're saying without $3 million contributed from the county, the town will not survive financially?
No.
Okay, well, you're saying it's not sustainable. What do you mean by that?
I'm saying that the town would have to refocus. Like I said, indicated before, would have to review its service levels and programs offered to ensure sustainability for Whitecourt.
And sir, the statement you make in the last sentence of 7, that is your opinion or the town's opinion that if the county wasn't contributing, that the town would not be sustainable unless it refocused, right?
Agree.
Okay. That is not the opinion expressed by the expert for the town, MNP, correct?
I don't know.
MNP doesn't say that the town would cease to exist if it, or that it would not be financially sustainable if it continued to provide service and didn't get $3 million from the county, correct?
Can you make reference to what you're referring to, Ms. Roberts? Sorry, I'm just not familiar with the details of, I cannot recall it.
Okay, did you read the MNP report that you put the town put in as an expert opinion?
Yes, at the time I submitted.
Did you see anywhere in your review of that where it said that the town would not be sustainable if the county pulled out of its obligations?
I think, Ms. Roberts, that the report says what it says, and we don't dispute or suggest it says anything more than is written in the copy that you have.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Ward. Your sentence, the first sentence in paragraph 8, Mr. Smell, you say, generally speaking, rural municipalities like the county are more capable of achieving financial health and stability. You're giving an opinion there, correct?
Well, in the case with Whitecourt and Woodlands, because of the situation with Woodlands and Whitecourt, I agree with the statement.
You agree with your own statement?
Well, just going a little further in regards to at large, achieving financial health in regards to rural municipalities on a very large land base has more opportunity to generate revenue from industrial.
Right, but this is an opinion, Mr. Smil. All I want to ask you is, this is an opinion. You are not, you said you were giving evidence here as a lay witness, and you're giving an opinion in this statement. Do you disagree with me that you're giving an opinion?
I'm presenting, I am giving facts based on what I'm basing it on here is Woodlands County right now collects $20 million in taxes. 18 million comes from what I'm stating there.
You've drawn on the information that you just described and you made an opinion and you put it forward in paragraph 8, correct?
On the information described, yes.
Are you aware with the MGA requirements with respect to tax rates for residential and farmland?
In what way, Ms. Roberts?
Are you familiar with their requirements about what ratio there has to be for residential and farmland?
I
For
do.
non-residential or linear taxing?
Sorry, which one are you referring to?
Which one, what, paragraph?
No, which, because, sorry, you're mentioning farmland and residential, and then you're indicating linear, and which ones are you referring to? Generally, I guess to answer your question, generally, yes.
You're familiar with the fact that there's a proportionate amount between non-residential and linear, correct?
Yes.
So, for example, if we had the tax rate for farmland at 3%, non-residential taxation can't be any higher than, if it was a 5-to-1 ratio, 15%. Am I right?
That's right.
Does the town adhere to that metric in setting its taxation rates?
Yeah, same MGA.
Okay, so Mr. Snell, then what I'm understanding is you follow a principal basis for taxation in the town. You don't tax based on what's required on a debt to be serviced, et cetera. Is that right?
Sorry, I don't understand your question, Ms. Roberts.
Is the taxation by the town based on need, or is it based on the principles of a ratio?
Well, the ratio has to be adhered to as per the MGA.
Right.
So I would have to say both.
Okay. And in paragraph 10 of your statement, oh, sorry, let's go back to 9. The first part of 9 where you say, as between the town and county, the county has the ability to generate significant tax revenues through large-scale industrial developments. You see that?
Yes.
Then you go on, you say the town is where most services, amenities, and infrastructure are located. And then you talk about what you were described earlier, the municipality's history of, quote, growing together. And then you say reflects that reality by allowing blah, blah, blah. You go on there. This is your understanding of what has happened, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to have you take a quick look at paragraph 38 of your statement. It's on page 11. You, I think in this paragraph and the one that follows, you're recognizing that the county, Woodlands County, has had different challenges in the economic downturn than the town has had. Am I right about that?
In paragraph 38 or 39?
38, you're saying the economic downturn has affected all municipalities, including Whitecourt, right?
Yeah, so I'm including, when it says all municipalities in Alberta, that would include Woodlands County.
Right. And then in 39, you say, you reference the fact that collecting linear tax revenues from oil and gas companies hasn't affected the town as adversely as it has Woodlands. You're acknowledging it has affected Woodlands more than the town.
Yes, for sure. As I guess, Ms. Roberts, we have, I think, 30 million. We have a very small part of linear versus the county having a very large portion.
Right. And so when oil and gas, for example, didn't pay their taxes, it impacted the county much more significantly than it did the town.
Yeah, yes, because just because we don't have any plants located in Whitecourt.
Right. Your projections with respect to growth in paragraph 10, again, those are your views, correct? Or the town's views? I mean, when I'm saying I hope you understand, I'm asking about the town specifically, not your personal views. And if they are your personal views and not the town's, I'd just be grateful if you let me know that. But when you say most of the current and future growth in Woodlands County anticipated to occur in the area, you say that's where most of it is anticipated to occur, in the area closest to the town. That's the town's perspective, correct?
Yes.
Okay. In paragraph 12, you refer to the catchment area map from AUMA and the population areas you refer to in Appendix 14. Do you know the source of the map that you include there with the orange dots on it in tab 14?
Yes, I believe it's Stat Canada.
Okay. And you'd agree with me that there are other municipalities in range. If we looked at a 60-kilometer radius, for example, using the AUMA map, there are other municipalities in range, excuse me, thanks, Ms. Antler, of the town other than Woodlands County, correct?
Are there other municipalities in range? Yes.
Okay, sorry. And we would, you'd agree with me that Lac St. Anne is within the range, the rings that are shown on the AUMA map that's up on the screen right now?
Yeah, yes, Ms. Roberts says Marythorpe and Sangudo are located in Lac St. Anne.
Great. Yellowhead County is also proximate to the town, correct?
Yellowhead County is south of Woodlands County towards Edson, yes.
Right, it's within the circles that are shown on the map that's on the screen currently from the AUMA, right?
Yes.
Okay. And technically within the rings also is the MD of Greenview, correct?
Yes.
And the town of Swan Hills is slightly outside that 60-kilometer radius, correct?
Yes.
The reference again to the growth without consideration of borders in the middle of paragraph 13 on page 4. Again, these statements, when you say what the purpose was and you reference the growth without borders, that's not included in the agreement, right?
Sorry, Ms. Roberts, again, can you just make reference to what section you're referring to?
Right, sorry, I'm at paragraph 13.
Yes.
And so right after you attach the tax revenue sharing agreement, and it's in bold there, it says the purpose of these agreements being the IDP and the tax revenue sharing. You say the purpose of the agreements was to allow for joint planning for future growth and without consideration of borders. That's the town's perspective on the purpose, correct? The growth without borders?
I don't know if it makes any reference in the IDP, but yes, it definitely would be, I would agree.
Right. And if we turn to the IDP at tab 15. Sorry, I just need to find you the page. Page 54 of your statement. So under 1.1, the second last sentence, oh, I'll just wait for it to get made bigger, that's pretty tiny. The second last sentence in that paragraph says, each municipality is responsible for decisions within their boundaries. And then it goes on to say, utilizing the policies and procedures in the IDP. You see that?
Yes,
And you'd agree that's true, correct? Each municipality remains responsible for its own decisions?
yes, Ms. Roberts, yeah.
Okay. "14 is quite clearly stated as an opinion in the town's view." You'd agree with that?
Yes, in the town's view, it states.
Yeah. Yes, and the statement that you make is, again, then your view, the town's view, right?
Yeah, yes, it does say that, yes, yeah.
You say in paragraph 16 that if the county were to stop contributing for town services or contribute less than what the town's budgeted for, in bullet 2, you say there'd be an unnecessary duplication of services, equating to possible increases in tax to Woodlands residents as well. How do you know that?
I would assume if Woodlands County creates builds a pool or a Miller Center, I'm stating that they would probably have to fund it somehow.
I see. So instead of having a user pay system, they just build their own pool. Is that what you're saying?
Are you making reference to user pay, so Woodlands County residents would be broke even? Like there would be a deficit on the pool?
Are you suggesting that they couldn't continue to use the pool in the town?
No,
I think I'm drawing on your example.
no. I'm just saying a duplication of services in a lot of facets would be both municipalities would have the services, which would be not as cost effective and resulting in increased taxes.
But you say the town and region would realize a number of negative consequences, and you include the unnecessary duplication of services as something that you project having. This is, first of all, I'm going to say this is your opinion, right? The town's opinion, that
Yes.
it would result in these things. Okay.
Yes.
And then
yes.
one of the town's opinions is that it would result in unnecessary duplicate services. That, I think you said, I assume, it's speculation as to whether or not that would happen at this point, right?
I'm speaking on behalf of the town residents, indicating that it would be an issue for sure.
But what I'm getting at is you're projecting into the future and you don't know, correct?
That's right.
Okay.
It could be.
You talk about in paragraph 17 on the next page, page 6, you say the town, you say we, but I'm using the town. The town's provided over 15 shared services. Do you know, are you referring specifically to the subject matters of the different agreements between the parties? When you say 15 shared services, do you know what they are?
Over the 15 years, I believe when I was creating this, we went back and just pulled from history in regards to all the shared services. I don't have them listed here, and maybe I should have, similar to what I had in 18.
Right, so that's where I was going with the question. The 15 shared services, you're using that number because you looked at the number of agreements around different subject matters. Is that how you drew that number?
No, because some of those weren't shared services, Ms. Roberts.
Right, but you went back. So, okay, so then tell me how you got the number again.
I probably went back in regards to history from what we had from my history with Woodlands County as an employee and as with the town of Whitecourt since 2000, a number of those shared services in regards to it. I didn't, however, list them.
Right, and so as of today, without going back and redoing that work, you don't know what the 15 are that you were thinking of then. Is that right?
Yeah, that could be challenging.
Okay, fair enough. And so the statements that you make in this paragraph then, when you say the next sentence, our joint agreements and planning documents are very much building blocks to our relationship, and then you carry on there. Again, these are sort of town perspective on what these things meant and how they worked, right?
Right.
You say in paragraph 20 that $300,000 was paid as recognition that there were many other services not expressly included in the 2008 agreement, but that's not stated in the agreement, that statement you make in paragraph 20, right?
It is not part of the agreement. You're correct.
That's, again, the opinion of the town, right?
I don't know if I have any corresponding info for the 2008, only for the 2013, which increased from 300,000 to the percentage of the linear.
I'm saying that nowhere in those agreements does it say the county is recognizing there are many other services and that's what we're paying for. It doesn't say that, correct?
Correct.
When you say in the last sentence in paragraph 20, most day-to-day business and personal transactions occur within Whitecourt and the town carries the responsibility for all spillover costs associated with this being what you describe as a de facto service hub for the region. So first of all, the service hub for the region is the town's perspective on its role within the region, correct?
Yes.
And secondly, that statement, you would agree with me that when there are business and personal transactions occurring within Whitecourt, Whitecourt businesses are generating, in many of those instances, revenue, correct?
I hope so, yes.
Okay, that's fair. And so there is a benefit, and not only a spillover cost, there's also a spillover benefit to the town, in the sense that town businesses that are lucrative are paying taxes, correct?
They are paying taxes, correct.
And business coming to the town is beneficial for the town, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So there is a cost and a benefit if it was in fact the service hub for the region, correct?
Yes.
You refer in the last two lines, the second last line of paragraph 21, so it's on the top of page 7. You use a term there, or a phrase. First of all, you refer to a partnership. Again, no legal contract calling the town and county relationship a partnership, correct?
No legal binding.
Right, that's a colloquial, what I'll call a colloquial term. It's a term you use to describe the relationship from the town's perspective, right?
Correct.
Okay, and then you say through that relationship, we took a true regional collaboration approach. Again, that phrase is something that is sort of your description of how you understand, the town understands that relationship, right?
Correct.
And when we talk about regional and we think about the catchment map that we looked at a moment ago, am I right in understanding that the only cost sharing or revenue sharing agreements that the town had were with Woodlands County and none of those other municipalities we talked about?
Correct.
Okay, and I will exclude there for both of our benefits, since I didn't give you the opportunity to say this before, excluding any kind of mutual aid and any payment that might come through a mutual aid relationship, right?
That's right. This cost share. Yeah.
Okay. And I understand, am I correct in understanding that the town has had some meetings with Yellowhead and with Yellowhead County and the MD of Greenview about regional cost/revenue sharing?
Regional cost.
Go ahead.
We have had meeting with Yellowhead County and Greenview. More of an introduction.
Right.
And talking about projects in regards to upcoming projects with our community. And I believe at the same time, part of the whole conversation was they shared with us and expressed some of their projects that they're going through.
Okay, and so part of that is that is now you're talking with those two other municipalities, Yellowhead and Greenview, with respect to respective initiatives or potential sharing of resources. Is that right?
I guess, Ms. Roberts, we didn't go through, that was our first initial meeting. I haven't been in Greenview before and haven't met with Yellowhead. It was more of an introduction, the CEO and theirs getting together in regards to that.
So no formal discussions at this point, just an introduction?
That's right.
Okay. So other than that initial introduction sort of meeting, there's been no request for cost contribution to any of the service areas that the town put forward in this ICF, correct?
No.
Paragraph 22. I'm going to start with the sentence that begins maybe a third of the way through the paragraph. While Whitecourt realized, do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. So there you're summarizing the town's perspective or opinion on why and kind of the pros and cons of getting into the water wastewater agreement with the county, correct?
Yes.
In paragraph 23, what you describe here is, if I may, this concept of there being a philosophical connection between the water wastewater and the linear tax sharing relationship, correct?
Yes.
And there was no actual agreement in writing between the county and the town connecting those agreements, right?
Correct.
Sorry. When you say in paragraph 24, in the third sentence, it starts on the bottom of page 7 where we are there, mutual benefit funding. You say revenue sharing assists with addressing the inequity as the town is not financially sustainable without commercial industrial tax revenues or municipal partnerships. You see that?
Yes.
That's the town's opinion, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And the only municipal partnership it had with respect to revenue sharing until that was terminated was with the county, correct?
Yes.
And that hasn't been in place for a couple of years now, correct?
I believe, yes.
You say in paragraph 25 on page 8, the past cost sharing agreements were executed in a context where the town and county had also agreed to share revenues. And these impacted the delivery of shared services and infrastructure. You see that?
Yes.
There was no memorandum of understanding or other agreement connecting those various documents that you're talking about, correct?
No agreements, just the understanding from both.
This was the town's perspective that they were connected and executed in that context that you describe here, correct?
The town and county, I guess, I'm just making reference to at the time statements made by the county.
Not reduced to writing in any of those agreements, right?
Sorry?
Not reduced to writing in any of those agreements or any of those documents. The IDP is not an agreement, but any of the documents you reference.
Right.
Again, you're communicating the town's perspective on what the cost sharing agreement enabled in paragraph 26 there, right? You're saying it allowed the town to do certain things, right?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Ms. Roberts, when it's time to take a natural break in your questioning, we'll stop for lunch.
Yeah, I was just going to say, probably I can stop now or I can carry on. It's probably not going to be, the questions sort of flow from here and we're a good chunk of the way through. I'm happy to take our short lunch break.
Okay, we'll take lunch until 12:05.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Whenever you're ready, Ms. Roberts.
Oops, sorry. Are we ready to begin?
Yes, whenever you're ready.
Okay, great. Thank you. Mr. Smith, if I could please have you look at paragraph 27. The suggestion here that the cautionary agreement provided sustainability and predictability for both town and county, that's from the town's perspective, correct?
Yes.
You're aware from the letter that we referred to earlier that the county doesn't necessarily share that opinion, correct?
Sorry, Ms. Roberts, which letter?
The February 5, 2021 letter that I wrote.
Okay.
Do you want me to take you to it? It's tab 25 to your statement.
Pull it up.
You recall us talking about within this letter, the second sentence within the second paragraph there, where it says, Woodland requires the ability to forecast spending, prepare budgets and allocate resources, etc. See that?
Yes.
And then issue number 2 in that iteration, which was not the same iteration that was ultimately put before the arbitrator, but it's in your statement. If we can scroll down, under number 2 of the enumerated paragraphs, the county was looking for some protection from unforeseen expenditures not contemplated between the parties in their agreements, right?
That's what it says, yes.
Right. So you don't know what the county's opinion was with respect to your statement in paragraph 27 that it provided the town and the county sustainability and predictability. You're only speaking from the town's perspective, right?
Only from the town perspective as per budgets and cost sharing plans that were provided to both municipalities.
The agreements, you say in the second sentence there that it provided both municipalities with the ability to leverage respective municipal grants. The agreements didn't enable the grants. The parties still had to make applications or support each other's applications. Am I right?
Yeah, the agreements did not have anything to do with the grants. The only thing the agreement did was the cost sharing agreements provided both the county and town the ability to use that funds for leverage for municipal grants. Yes.
Okay. Under the agreements that were terminated, the town's contributions were fixed in amount, correct?
Under the 2013, yes.
And the county's contributions were not fixed, correct?
Correct. Ms. Roberts, you're just referring to, when you say agreements, I just want to clarify that the tax revenue was not fixed. Only the cost sharing from the town perspective was fixed. The tax revenue sharing was, of course, based on 30% of the assessment for both municipalities.
Right. I'm talking about the cost sharing agreement and specifically Schedule C to the amending agreement. It set out amounts for the town and the county, but the town's amounts were fixed and the counties were not, correct?
Correct.
And that is the largest, other than the proportional tax share, that is the largest civil expenditure as between county and town, correct?
Sorry, Ms. Roberts, you're having difficulty hearing you again. Can you just repeat the question?
I'm going to take you instead. I think I'll just try to expedite this. Tab 16 to Mr. Frank's general evidence statement.
Repeat where?
Tab 16, sorry. You reviewed Mr. Frank's June 30th witness statement, correct?
Yes.
And are you aware that Ms. Barney responded to this document that's in front of us, which is tab 16 to that statement?
With the corrections, yes.
I believe that what Ms. Barney provided was an opinion that using billed amounts versus paid amounts was better, correct?
That was one of them, yes.
Right. And so you understood when you reviewed Mr. Frank's statement in the paragraph that references this appendix or this document at tab 16, this document was prepared by the Corporate Services Director for the county, correct?
Sorry, what's the paragraph that refers to it, Ms. Roberts?
I can take you back there. Give me a second. Are you aware that this document was created by the Corporate Services Director? Is really the question.
Sorry, we can't hear you, Ms. Roberts, when you're talking off screen. Did you ask another question?
My question is, never mind. I'll just go to the page of the document, the paragraph of the document. It's paragraph 20. And you see there it says that tab 16 is prepared by the Corporate Services Director for the county, Alicia Borbo, correct?
Just can't make out the tab.
It does.
Yes, it does.
So let's go back to tab 16, please. And if we look at 2008, in the amount that was paid, we see that number was $1,534,032 in 2008. You see that? $42, I'm sorry. I just mistyped that in my notes. So $1,534,042. See that?
Yes, it does state it here.
Okay. Then if we scroll over to the left, 2018 paid, that amount is $3,062,918, correct?
Yes, it does show that.
Okay, now if we could please pull up the reply statement from Judy Barney dated July 31 or July 30 maybe. And I'm looking specifically, sorry, for Appendix 1. Which is on page 8 of the document. Okay, maybe that's, sorry, I have page 8. Oh, sorry, I'm on the first one. I need the second statement. Sorry, this is my fault. I've got the wrong document. 1 second, I need to flip back to my page.
It is page 8 of rebuttal evidence as opposed to the original evidence, Ms. Roberts.
Great, thank you. I thought I was losing my mind. Thanks, Mr. Ward. Great. And we'll just need to make it a tiny bit bigger. So in Ms. Barney's evidence, we see that the amounts billed by the town inclusive of the landfill. So we need to scroll down a little bit, please. Yeah, to where it says total annual cost share as per billing. We have for 2008, $1,150,614. Do you see that? So sorry, on the left-hand side, sorry. It goes in reverse order. Yeah. So do you see that, Mr. Smill? The 1,150,614?
Yes.
So slightly lower than the paid amount from the county to the town in tab 16 under Ms. Borbo's statement. But then as we move across to 2018, so then that 10-year period, the number that Ms. Barney calculates as having been invoiced is $2,804,075. You see that? Under 2018. Sorry, we might need Ms. Antler to scroll up. The columns are long, the page is longer than the screen will allow for. So if we just slowly scroll up to see 2018, you see that? And then if you track that down.
Sorry, you might have to move the document a little to the right, Ms. Antler, if you could.
We can't see it because the video screens are on there.
There we
Oh,
go.
got it.
That works.
Yes.
So 2018's number, third from the right-hand column of 27 million, is the $2,804,075, right?
Correct.
So you can see from either table, whether you use Ms. Borbo's evidence or you use Ms. Barney's evidence, that the amounts fluctuated and increased substantially between 2008 and 2018, right?
They do increase.
Substantially.
Well, in 2017, it decreases in 2018 from 2017.
And if we're looking at 2017, I see the billed amount by Ms. Barney as 3 million, so greater than 2018. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, and so I'm looking at the total annual cost as per billing. If I go over to 2018, is 3 million, and then it decreases just over 200,000 for 2019. Yes.
The amount billed goes up from 2018 to 2019.
Sorry, you cut out again, Ms. Roberts.
If I'm looking at the total annual cost share as per billing, that amount increases in 2019 from 2018. From left to right,
Yes.
on Ms. Barney's statement, correct?
Yes, it does.
If I can have you look at paragraph 28 and the appendix. Sorry, I need you to look at, I think it's page 94 of your statement. Second. Yeah. So you attach appendix 20, email correspondence and meeting notes. You see that?
Sorry, you're talking about my evidence document?
Yeah, your evidence.
Okay.
Page 94. And that's referenced, the tab that's under is tab 20, which is referenced in paragraph 28, if you want to look at that. And you say in 28 that there was a meeting in August of 20. Sorry, I'll wait for that to come up on the screen. In August 2015, you're saying the town's CAO and Director of Corporate Services, as well as the county's and the Recreation Director met, and the end result of that is that Ms. Barney sends an email that you append at appendix 20, right?
Right.
Okay. And so if we go to page 94, that is appendix 20. And that on the enclosure to that or attachment to that email, excuse me, is on page 96 and 97. You see that?
Yes.
This was Ms. Barney's proposal, right?
This was Ms. Barney's understanding of the meeting that took place on that date. Yes.
Are you aware that in subsequent years, that county raised concerns about that process?
Which process, like any one, or like budget wise, financial?
The outline in terms of the budgeting, in terms of what was exchanged and the level of detail requested, there were requests from the county to the town for information not outlined, or maybe outlined on this document, but it was not agreed that the process was the end all be all, correct? Do you know?
This was the understanding from the meeting that we had between the two parties, and that was Mrs. Barney's submission in regards to it.
Okay, so it was Mrs. Barney's understanding on behalf of the town.
I believe we didn't receive any other correspondence indicating different from the meeting, and Mrs. Barney was good enough to just summarize the results of the meeting and putting forth a new proposal in regards to how to better, for timing, for better understanding, for transparency between the two municipalities. Yes, this was the only time I was involved with, except when I was dealing with an intern CEO that was requesting information.
Okay, but no agreement came out of this. This wasn't adopted by the parties. It was just the proposal, and you're saying nobody responded at that time with an email in response.
First one, there's no part, it's not part of any agreement. This was not an amendment, Ms. Roberts, in regards to it. And
secondly, nobody responded at that time. You don't know if somebody responded later, am I right?
I don't know. Yeah.
And on page 94, wonder where the heading down, if we scroll down a little bit, where it says non-budgeted major operating and capital expenditures. Ms. Barney's documented there that the parties agreed, I'm sorry, I'm on 96, I apologize. Ms. Adler. Page 96, on that outline of the proposal. The first bullet under non-budgeted major operating and capital expenditures says down the page, essentially, if they weren't included in the operating and capital budgets, they need to be approved by the respective councils before any cost sharing. Correct?
Correct.
And I take it, as I review the interim and final budgets, all of the spending still had to be approved by county and town councils, correct?
Sorry, yes, I believe your question was, does the interim budgets have to be approved by both respective councils? Yes.
And it's the town's opinion that you set out in, it's the town's opinion that you set out in paragraph 31 that this was transparent, right?
We thought so.
Okay. You refer to a number of facilities in paragraph 33. Am I correct that all of these are within Ms. Grande's, what I'll call portfolio, or her department?
Yes, they are.
Okay. Paragraph 34, you outline a number of other things. The policing unit is now funded differently than it was under the agreements that were the cost sharing and revenue sharing agreements, correct?
Correct.
So you're aware that each of the municipalities are invoiced individually by the province?
For the applicable members, yes.
If I have you turn to page 10, the first item in paragraph 34 there, the first bullet on that page, is hospice. That was funded by the province, correct? The hospice suites?
Not 100%. Actually, still, Ms. Roberts, it's still ongoing, I should say. It's being built right now.
Okay.
The plan, we do have support from the province for capital. There may be some additional capital that is going to be outside the province's perspective on what a hospice should be. Maybe it's a higher care that both municipalities want. And then that's kind of just underway now, hopefully done by June of 2022.
Okay, thank you. And then the next bullet on that page under paragraph 34 is fire hall addition. That was the subject of an agreement between the town and the county, correct?
Yes.
Sorry, Mr. Smill, am I correct in understanding that there was no agreement signed with respect to the redevelopment of the Carlin Center?
Agreement signed for the redevelopment between the Whitecourt and Woodlands County for that specific
Correct.
project?
Yes.
No, it would have been just brought up to just like our capital items in regards to making the case with the joint liaison and then having it approved by the respective councils.
Who created the Eastlink Park ski hill?
The lease is under the town of Whitecourt.
Who created the hill?
The society.
Right. Thanks. Paragraph 36, it's the town's opinion that the county didn't provide the town with evidence of significant material hardship, correct?
No.
Okay, go ahead and explain your answer, please.
They gave us a letter indicating that they're out of the tax revenue sharing as per the section in the act, or sorry, in the agreement, but did not provide any proof of hardship. There was no additional information, just indicating in general terms.
That agreement provided for the party claiming distress to be a decision maker about whether its conditions met the criteria, word fact distress, correct?
Yes, it says in regards to as determined by the affected party.
And Woodlands was claiming it was the affected party, right?
Yes.
Okay. The town was aware of the linear tax sharing problem that the county was having with respect to, for example, oil and gas taxpayers not paying, correct?
At the time,
Right.
I don't know.
Yep. You've reviewed the town's audited financial statements for fiscal year ending 2020, right?
Yes,
You'd agree with me that the town has reported significant net financial assets, over $20 million.
we have assets over 20 million, yes.
You'd agree that the town has an accumulated surplus net of TCA that's also substantial, over $30 million?
I don't know for sure. I would assume if you're looking at our financial statements, I'd take your word for it.
Okay, you know there's a substantial accumulated surplus, correct?
Again,
Can we pull up the expert report that I think we've marked maybe for identification as Exhibit A of Colette Miller, please? Sorry. Sorry, thanks. It's my turn to have my picture in the wrong place, sorry. Hold on a second. If I can turn to tab 1, the one that says financials there, please. So if you look at the top left corner there where it says Town of Whitecourt excerpts from financial statements, you see that?
yes,
Okay, and the first column, you'd agree with me, on the left-hand part of the table is 2020, right?
yes, I do.
Okay, now if we ask Ms. Antler to scroll down in that document. And right to the next page, I believe it is. If we look there, accumulated surplus net of tangible capital assets, that net of TCA number there, do you see that, the 32 million?
Yes,
Okay. You don't have any reason to believe that's not accurate?
I would think the expert is correct in regards to the numbers shown here.
Okay. And then similarly, right below that, net financial assets at the end of the year are 21,270,979. See that?
Yes,
And the cash equivalents are over $40 million at the end of 2020, right?
yes.
Okay. We talked a little bit about paragraphs 38, 39. Sorry, I'm back on page 11 of your statement. Paragraphs 38 and 39. There you talk a little bit about, I think I asked you about 38 and 39 before in terms of recognizing that there was a differential impact between the county and the town with respect to the collection of linear tax revenues, right? Do you remember that?
Yes, 38, yes.
Yeah, and also 39, you referenced it specifically at the beginning of 39 there. And so your comments about the effect, these comments are specifically drawn from your perspective representing the town, right?
The bullets below, Ms. Roberts, in 39?
No, the two paragraphs in general, you're saying
Yeah.
these are your perspective and the opinion of the town based on the town's experience and perspectives in the economic downturn. Am I right?
Yes, Ms. Roberts.
And specifically, you're passing opinions about the county's Financial well-being in 39, that carries on onto page 12 of your statement. Those are the, and I mean you, by saying you, I do mean the towns. So the towns made some observations and offered perspective on what you see. So for example, at the top of page 12, you say in the second full bullet down, the value of development permits issued in the county has increased significantly. You see that?
Yes,
And then you make us, you extrapolate and say, suggesting the county's tax base may increase if all or most of those projects proceed, right?
for sure.
Right. And you're drawing on your former hat in corporate services or doing tax work, right?
As a CEO, I think every CEO, Ms. Roberts, would know when you have an increased assessment and development that unless it was a non-taxable, that would result, that would give out the same result.
If it's developed, if it proceeds. Issuance of a development permit doesn't mean a development necessarily. You'd agree with me there.
Sure, there is times where a development doesn't proceed.
Right. And you'd agree that sometimes it's not a necessary corollary, and I realize you just made one exception yourself with the non-taxable. It doesn't necessarily mean that the assessment is going to correspond to what you describe as the value of development permits, correct?
Correct, yes. There's going to be depreciation and other factors that play a part in it for sure.
If I can just put it colloquially, what you're sort of doing in this section of your statement is you're spitballing about the future financial health of Woodlands County. Is that fair?
No, I don't agree with your term of spitballing, Ms. Roberts, in regards to it. 39 talks about facts about regulated assessment. We know that there's a moratorium on right now. We know that the Minister of Municipal Affairs mentioned last week at the conference that moratorium is going to be staying in place, which is great news for rural Alberta and all municipalities. We've talked about ERs, the Energy Board being more transparent in regards to outstanding taxes. We know that they have a lot of pressure in regards to giving approval when corporations are asking for new licenses and haven't paid outstanding taxes. And number 3 is a point that an RFD that went from Woodlands County to their council, talking about an additional $624,000 from a court mandated unpaid taxes. Sorry.
No, that's okay. I just didn't know where you're referring in your statement when you said the first two that you're talking about. The press conference, the press statement, I understand. Where did you get the other information you just spoke about from your statement?
39 first dot under 39. The recent changes in the assessment model for regulated assessments.
Okay.
That was in conversation with members that attended the conference last week and heard the minister speak that there is going to be a moratorium on regulated assessment, protecting the municipalities.
So that is not an evidence before us other than what just came out of your mouth, right?
Ms. Roberts, I guess you asked if those were speculating, or spitballing comments. I'm saying I'm putting these comments based on facts that I've heard. Have I included the documentation for each of these points? No, I haven't, and maybe I should have.
Okay, but what I'm saying is you couldn't possibly have known what the minister was going to say last week when you made the statement on June 30th either, right?
He confirmed his position as previously discussed.
So you're projecting into the future in paragraph 39 all of those various bullets there on the basis of things that you believe to be likely to happen in the future. Is that fair?
Yes, Ms. Roberts.
With the exception, sorry, I'll just clarify. With the exception of your reference to the Whitecourt Star article, to the extent that that documents a position, at least a journalist wrote out about the county, right? That's not your
Yes,
speculation. Yeah.
for sure.
Sorry.
And indicating even the, the appendix 29, and that's just an RFD from Woodlands County. I would assume that that is correct.
Okay. Your statement at the outset of paragraph 40, that's an opinion or that's part of your projection to the future, correct? Encouraging news demonstrates present tenses can be overcome, etc.
To the end of that, yes. As I'm stating the press release, yes.
So if I can have you look at paragraph 41. The decisions with respect to the taxation or mill rate for the county, all of those decisions are within the county council's mandate, correct?
Correct.
So the last sentence of paragraph 40, projecting what could happen if the county increased its tax rates, that again is either speculation or the town's opinion, right?
All I'm stating is if by the information pulled, if the county increased, it would generate that in revenue.
If it collected. If it collected on all the tax notices that it issued, and it increased its taxes in that manner that you're suggesting, right?
Sorry, Ms. Roberts, I didn't get the first part of your question.
Sorry, if it collected on the tax notices that it issued.
Correct.
Similarly, your reference to mill rates for residential properties in the county in paragraph 42, again, turns about tax rates for residential properties within each municipality are within that municipality's mandate, correct? They cannot be dictated.
They set their own mill rates, yes. Or tax rates, right.
The last statement, if the county used the same rate of taxation as the town, you're suggesting that it would increase its revenue by $2.2 million. That has never been the way that the county set its mill rates, by using the town's numbers and applying them across the board with the county, correct?
That is correct.
You don't have any specific knowledge what the county included within its, in paragraph 45 on the next, you reference there approximately 2.8 million budgeted in the county's mill rate for cost sharing. And you say with Whitecourt, but you don't know what the breakdown of that $2.8 million budget line item is, do you?
I don't recall if I have the details on that or not.
Do you know where you got that information from that you included in paragraph 45?
Well, 2.8 would be in their budget. But I don't know, Ms. Roberts, if I have the breakdown of the 2.8, I don't recall.
So is it fair to say then that you don't know how that was allocated internally within the council, the T?
You know, I.
This moment, you can't tell me.
Sorry, no, I can't recall in regards to it, and I don't know if we've provided it in the other evidence documents, the breakdown of the 2.8 or the total, and 2.8 being the town portion of it. So I don't recall, right?
And you don't recall that the budget even says anything about Whitecourt in that 2.8 million line item, do you?
I do recall, sorry, does it say Whitecourt? I believe it says local government transfers.
Right. And you understand that that the County of Woodlands has numerous, they have more than just a cost sharing or a intermunicipal collaboration framework with the town. You're not the only one, right?
Yes, I understand you have quite a few.
Okay. The paragraph you make that statement about the county being on target to reach their 5-year recovery plan. What's the source of your information there?
I believe I was present at one of the council meetings where they talked about the recovery plan and just a report from administration. When I say present, when I say present, I just online.
You were watching.
Yes.
Yeah. So you heard them. You heard the county say it. Is what you're saying?
Yes, I've heard the and seen the report from the director of corporate services.
Oh, and then so you're acknowledging that there's a recovery plan in place with the county, correct?
Yes.
And that was because they had a substantial deficit, correct? There's a shortfall in particular in their collection of linear tax revenue. I see you've mentioned that elsewhere, correct?
There was, yes.
Okay, and then the second sentence that you have in paragraph 45 and onward, those statements, these are back to some of the things you said earlier. These are sort of the town perspective on things. Is that fair? Where you state first, we know we're stronger together, etc. Second sentence, both municipalities are vulnerable to external forces beyond our control. These are, if I may, call them motherhood and apple pie kind of statements, but they're really, they're their opinion, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Similarly, the last sentence, working together, we're better able to mitigate strategic risk. That's your view or the town's perspective on things, correct?
Definitely would be the town perspective in regards to it and what we believe.
And similarly, that's essentially the essence of paragraph 46. Is that right? That it's the town's perspective or opinion on the future. This isn't a fact.
So the fact of the regional center providing program services, I would think, I know we're talking about the future, but I wouldn't see any reason why the town wouldn't be the regional service center for the county.
Okay, and then you say working together will allow us to eliminate inefficiency, et cetera, et cetera.
Yes, I see that.
These are not, this is a perspective from the town that you're contributing here. You're advancing an argument, right?
I'm just stating as a CEO for 30 years in a municipality that working together would achieve it.
Yep. When you reference the regional service center, that would be regional, that term tends to be used in the way you used it earlier to talk about, for example, Edmonton in your mind in paragraph 1 of your statement didn't just include Edmonton, but it included Spruce Grove and Stony Plain. So regional means broader, correct?
Yes.
It's not just the town and the county, right?
Which reference are you making, referring to? Are you looking at 36, the first line?
46, where you say it's the de facto regional service center.
I think it's a fact that Whitecourt is the regional service center. When I say region, it's a service area for the region.
Right, so that includes the people who live in Yellowhead County, very near to the town.
Mr. Roberts, they would be, in that 60-kilometer range. And of course, Edson would be 40 kilometers away. So I don't know if I agree with you when you say near.
But that's your statement with respect to the county. That's what you say about the Woodlands County residents. You say people that far away for Assiniboine.
Right.
Isn't it true that the town's evidence is that anybody within 60 kilometers
Sorry, Ms. Roberts, I thought
is
you were
serviced by the town?
Sorry, Ms. Roberts, I thought you were making reference to Yellowhead County residents using Whitecourt as a service center. I thought that's what you said. Did I miss?
I did. I did. I was asking you that question. Aren't you saying regional? You mean you're limiting regional in paragraph 46 to just Woodlands County? Is that what I'm hearing? Because I'm not sure. That's why I'm asking you.
It could be. It depends on location, because there's different distances, different borders. If it extends past Woodlands County, probably depends on which border you're looking at in regards to it.
So let's talk about the municipal center for one moment. The municipal center, by the town's argument, as I understand Ms. Grande's evidence, would draw people from other areas, not just the town. Is that right?
Yes.
And that would include people who live within that 60-kilometer range of the town, according to the AU map that you rely on, right?
Yes.
Did you answer and I missed it?
Oh, yes. Sorry. Yeah.
Sorry, said yes.
Okay. No, I didn't hear you. I appreciate that. Sorry. It's been the order of the day, it seems. Sorry. And so that would include also residents of Lac St. Anne County. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And the town of Mayerthorpe?
Yes.
And quite possibly even Edson.
Yes.
But there are no cost shares and agreements in place with any of those municipalities, only with the county, am I right?
Correct.
Well, and in fairness, there isn't one in place right now with the county, but there was historically, right?
Yes.
Can I have us turn to the July 30th, your reply statement, please? You mentioned in there, under your heading, excuse me, the Whitecourt Airport, which is right above paragraph 2, on page 2. From paragraph 2 through, I think, paragraph 15, you refer to the Whitecourt Airport, right?
Correct.
Okay. And You mentioned that the airport connects to the town's water system, correct? And wastewater.
Yes,
And that connection and all the costs associated with building that on the county side of the boundary, that was paid for by the county, correct?
yes,
Including the facilities to the extent they exist at the airport, correct?
yes.
And the town, in its own business development literature or marketing, however you want to call it, it has referred to the airport as a regional airport, right?
I don't know if we use the term or not, but if it's there, yes, we would.
You give me a second.
I would think that we would say regional.
Okay. What you say about the structure and the ability to bind anybody with respect to the Woodlands County Airport Advisory Committee in paragraph 3, 4, that's true of all the advisory committees as well at the town, correct? They're not binding on either council's, the municipal council, correct?
Airport, no.
And neither any of the ones that are cited in the town's evidence. The town committees are also not binding on town council or Woodlands County Council, correct?
Not binding.
They're advisory. Sorry?
Sorry, I didn't get the last part of your question.
Okay. The advisory committees are just that. They're advisory. They don't make decisions for council.
Correct.
Okay. Were you present when Mr. Ward examined Adam Martin, the airport expert for the county?
Not for the whole examination, but for part.
Were you there when Mr. Ward was asking some questions about accounting treatments that are referenced within the opinion report from Mr. Martin?
The county treatments?
Accounting treatments.
Oh, I'm not sure.
Okay, that's all right. So I'm sure you had something more entertaining to do. So I just have some questions for you specifically. You would agree that the town and the county, as required by the MGA, set budgets, right?
The town and county.
They're each governed by the MGA, the Municipal Government Act, and they must set budgets every year, operating
Yes.
capital. Yeah.
Yes.
And included in the town's budget is accounting for transfers to reserves, correct?
If there is, yes, yeah.
Okay. If we can pull up Ms. Barney's statement, I just have to confirm if it's the first or second line. Sorry, I just didn't find it. The second statement from Ms. Barney. I just have to pull up my copy. Sorry. So, oops. My apologies. It's actually the first statement from June 30th. Sorry, Ms. Antler. I apologize. I need to go to page 52, please. So just as an example, I'll pull one off of this page here. Mr. Smill, you see there under the account for Forest Interpretive Center where it says transfer to reserve?
Yes.
Okay. And similarly above on the joint economic development, you see transfer to reserve and there's $2,000 set there.
Correct.
And if we can turn, sorry, to page 75 of Ms. Barney's statement, the first one there that we're in. And I'm just sorry, I actually should just have us turn back to the first page of that document. My apologies. So it's on page 69, just to orient you, Mr. Smill. This is the document that Ms. Barney had called a Guide to Alberta Environment's Full Cost Accounting Program. You see that?
Yes.
And that's the basis or the model that the town is in this ICF arbitration saying it would like to use for calculating administrative overhead contributions for cost sharing, correct?
Yes.
And so on page 74, there's a heading there under full cost accounting, and it says operation and maintenance expenses. You see.
I should just say, do you see that?
Okay. Just let me know if you, or like maybe you can know if you need her to move anything on the screen for you to be able to see it.
I have it up here.
Okay. Sorry. Sorry. And so under this, there's various items that are identified here. So first they have, for example, the source of supply, water treatment, and if we flip onto the next page, 75, whoops. Sorry, my computer just doesn't like me hitting the same button a bunch of times. We see on the next page, 75, under the full cost accounting, there's the administration, which is one of the things that Ms. Barney is calculating, correct?
Correct.
And then below that, there's depreciation. And there, that's described here in this document that Ms. Barney cites as, my screen's got the pictures frozen in the wrong spot, sorry. It says, depreciation being the loss in value of capital assets and facilities occurring due to wear and tear, decay, obsolescence, etc. Right?
That's depreciation, yes. Yeah.
Right, and it says the utility approach provides for the recovery of asset value by recovering that cost. And then Ms. Barney, when she's doing the budgeting for the town, also accounts for depreciation to recover that loss of value, correct? Do you know that?
No, are you making reference to the first document you took me to on the FIC and the economic development?
No, I'm asking you if you know that Ms. Barney includes depreciation when she's calculating expenditures. And she's doing budgeting, capital and operating budgets for the town.
When we do the, what I recall in regards to the operational budget and capital budget, there isn't any part of it with depreciation, part of the documents that I look at anyway.
So you don't know if it's broken out or not, is what you're saying, because you don't see that in there?
Right.
Okay, so you just see, so for example, if I take you to page 82 of one of the subfunctions that Ms. Barney includes as an example in her statement on page 82, you see there transfer from reserve and to transfer from capital under revenue. You don't know whether that or any of the expenditure items where it says transfer to capital under expenditure, you don't know if that includes depreciation or not.
It just doesn't say that here, Miss Roberts.
And you don't know is what I'm asking. I'm just asking if you have any
yes.
knowledge.
Yeah, just what it is.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Sorry. So just to clarify, yes means you don't know. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Thanks. Sorry, I flipped off your statement. I just need to go back to that to I lost my place. Sorry. Back to your reply statement on July 31. So off of Ms. Barney's statement, please. And specifically, sorry, I just need to pull up your evidence. I think I accidentally closed my copy of that. Sorry, Mr. Smell, 1 second. You refer on page 6 of your reply statement, so in the paragraphs regarding water and wastewater, so the heading for that is on page 5, that I believe. Sorry, the water wastewater statements you respond to on page 6, Ms. Slutwig, and then you respond to Mr. Hollett. See that?
Yes.
Okay, and then if we go down, I'm looking specifically where you're responding to Mr. Hollett's evidence and paragraphs 31 and 32.
Yes.
So paragraph 31, the $85,800, where it says the town reimbursed the county for the installation of utilities constructed near that railway right-of-way. That 85,800 is for a portion of what was installed by the county that is utilized for town purposes, correct?
I believe it's the portion of the main that is within the town of Whitecourt.
The one that runs east to west, correct?
Yes. It's difficult. Sorry, it's difficult because the town kind of runs. It's kind of on a diagonal slope.
That's fair. Yeah. Okay, maybe it would be helpful to go back to the map. If you give me 1 second, I need to pull a copy of, I think it might be Ms. Slutwig's reply statement on water wastewater, but I'm just going to grab that and see if I can orient us. Were you present during Mr. Hollett's evidence?
Yes, I was.
Okay. So if I describe it to you as the part that was running horizontally in the map as Mr. Hollett went through it with us visually, and then there was another part in the portion that intersected that ran vertically. Do you recall that?
Ms. Roberts, I don't know if it's helpful, just right here, even his appendix 9, I think, has a map if you want to refer to that.
Is Mr. Smell's appendix 9?
That's right, yeah. I don't know if that's sufficient to ask a question, but it's right in this document for what it's worth.
So are you talking about the portion that Mr. Smell, on this map that you have, I couldn't orient myself on this map. That was my issue. So maybe you can help me out. Where are you talking about on this map? Is it the part in orange?
Is that, I guess that's what I'm taking that you're referring to, the part that runs east and west as north is up on the map.
Yeah.
So if you're making reference to that, yes, I do recognize that portion.
And that portion is the portion that is used by the town, right?
Correct.
And for that reason, the town reimbursed the county for that construction cost, right?
It was construction cost plus for the main, and then a servicing cost for each connection.
Right. And then the portion that runs under the railway, where you have on that map marked railway crossing, it's like bluish purple, you see that?
Yes.
That portion was paid for only by the county, correct?
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
And that's within the town boundaries too, correct?
It's right on the town boundary. Actually, if you look on that map, it's. I'm not sure if it's in the county or the town. It's indicating it's right on the map. However, if there is a statement that says it is in the town boundary by surveying, I would say yes, it is in the town boundary by survey then.
Okay.
It's just hard to tell.
You're saying if there's better evidence than this map, you would agree with the better evidence if that was reliable. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And are you aware that there was a request to do a connection to that portion that's owned by and was paid for only by the county? That the town made a request to connect?
The town made a request to connect. Sorry.
Do you know anything about that? I asked Ms. Scheck-Loberg about this, and if you don't know, that's fine. I'm just asking if you know about it.
I don't know when we do the request for connection. Sorry.
You're not aware that there was a project involving a request to potentially connect in the future?
We have no projects for that.
To your knowledge?
To my knowledge, the only project that we would have is to do another feed across McLeod River, another river crossing that
Right.
would supply additional services to the county and West Whitecourt.
And that would have to connect with the existing stub that was constructed, that's depicted under that blue portion or purpley blue portion on your map in front of you right now.
I don't know the details of it, but I would say to get the loop in effect, Ms. Roberts, they could connect to a number of mains in West Whitecourt. It's probably best a scenario that we would analyze to find out which has the best benefit in regards to looping the water system.
Okay, and were you present when Ms. Scheck-Loberg spoke about that looping connection?
I was present. I don't recall any looping discussion though.
Okay. Do you recall earlier today I asked you about, do you remember the discussion that we had earlier where I'd mentioned that both municipalities, the town and the county, have had communications with the Minister of Municipal Affairs? And I'm not saying the minister because it's been multiple ministers, but you recall us mentioning that at the very beginning of your examination today?
Yes.
And you're aware then that there has been correspondence between the town and the county, as well as the Minister of Municipal Affairs, whose that office has been held by a few different people in the last, I'm going to call it 18 to 24 months. And you know that some of correspondence, correct?
Just general,
Respecting the ICF, sorry.
yes, there was some correspondence.
And you know that at one point, Tracy Allard was the Minister of Municipal Affairs, correct?
Yes.
And she communicated with the town and county that she expected that wastewater services would remain on as an essential service until new agreements were in place, correct?
I do recall. I just don't know the details in regards to it.
Okay, you don't remember that was her expectation?
There was discussions from the minister in regards to water services And I believe the town did not have, I'm getting confused in regards to our position in withdrawal of the termination in regards to, not making sure that nobody was out without services prior to the outcome of the ICA.
Okay, and you're aware that there's an interim award in this arbitration, making sure that the parties have agreed on that as well, what you just described. There's no termination of services prior to the conclusion of these proceedings and essentially, okay.
Correct.
Okay. I'd like to go to the last two statements, which are rail and roads. Let's start with roads. Just a moment, sorry. Oops, sorry. Ms. Howes, may I just take 2 minutes?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you.
Are you ready, Ms. Roberts?
Yes. So, Mr. Smill, do you have your road statement in front of you there?
Yes, I do.
Okay. I'm correct in understanding that the town and county, prior to the termination of their previous agreements, there were specific agreements for roads, at least one of which under the county was responsible for maintaining certain roads, correct?
Correct.
And there was another agreement with respect to Flats Road where the town was responsible for some road maintenance. And that was when Flats Road was still in the county, correct?
Yes.
And Flats Road has subsequently been annexed. It now is in the town, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so the town, under the agreements after the Flats Road area was annexed, no longer was doing any road maintenance on county roads. Is that right?
Sorry, can you say that again, Miss?
Yep. Yep. So I'm just saying, after the Flats Road area was annexed by the town, the town was no longer doing road maintenance on county roads.
Yeah, because the town was doing the maintenance on Flats Road. When we annexed, technically the town wouldn't be doing any maintenance on county roads.
Right. Okay. And then as of recently the county is no longer doing maintenance on town roads, specifically West Mountain and Tower Road, right?
No,
Sorry, you said no, and by the way you said it, it sounds to me like maybe you're not agreeing with me. So, like, what do you mean when you say no? Is the county still doing maintenance on West Mountain Road?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Did you happen to observe Andre Bachand when he was giving evidence on behalf of the county with respect to roads, the arterial and collector roads issue?
Yes, Ms. Roberts.
Okay, so you're aware that he had said he testified that he observed the town doing maintenance in that area?
Yes.
And do you disagree with that?
The county and town were doing maintenance on that road.
Okay. It's the town that has put the issue of arterial and collector roads on the statement of issues for the arbitration, correct?
Yes.
Whoops. Sorry, I had your wrong statement in front of me. 1 sec. With respect to your paragraph 2 in this statement, you say you refer to Whitecourt, similar to your general statement, as sort of being a service center. In the other document, your other statement, I think you called it the service hub. You see that in the first sentence?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know how the 80% reference for the Woodlands County residents was calculated for this statement?
I believe submitted in the previous evidence documents in regards to it. And on tab appendix 4 makes reference to the 80%.
But to get to that number of residents, the 3,715 people, were you using the 2016 census data for that?
I believe so, yes.
That was the household data calculation that Ms. Grande referred to, right?
Correct. I think it's the same map throughout the evidence documents.
So the map that's at tab 3, if we can just turn to that, is page, oh, you know what, mine doesn't have a page number, 8, I think. Sorry. Page 8, tab 4, sorry. The calculation of population in that table in the top left-hand corner. Sir, your understanding is who created that data at the top left-hand corner of this map?
This map was probably created by the town.
Okay, and that includes the data, the calculations of how they reach the numbers that are listed under the heading population?
Yes, probably would have been on the based on census data.
The 2016 census, which Ms. Grande testified was based on household calculation, correct?
Okay.
Remember?
Yeah, I just don't recall that, sorry.
Would it have been Ms. Grande who made that calculation?
Probably, I believe it was Ms. Barney and Ms. Grande and even Ms. Loberg in regards to creating the map in regards to what we see in front of us.
Okay. And so are you aware that those numbers under population, those are extrapolated using a calculation, which I think Ms. Grande gives some evidence about, and I appreciate you don't recall the details of it, but you would agree with me that this number, population, under each of those areas, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, those are not actuals. They're the estimated amount based on the census data, correct?
Okay, yeah.
Well, I'm asking if you know that or not. You don't need to agree with me.
Yeah, I don't know the specifics in regards to it.
Okay.
How the information was gathered.
And you did say earlier, I believe, that the areas that Stats Canada or the census looks at are not, the boundaries do not align with those numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 on this map, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So is it fair to say you were prepared to agree with me because you know that information, so you know the only way someone can come up with a number is somebody had to do some math? Is that
That's
right? Yeah. Okay. You referenced the fact that county residents in paragraph 2 use the roads for a variety of purposes. And sorry, I'm back on paragraph 2 of your statement, which I think is on page 2. Yeah. You would agree with me that businesses within town, certain businesses also have reason to use the roads in town as well as roads that transition into the county, correct?
Businesses in town would use the roads that are in town.
And the businesses that are in town, like Miller Western, also use the roads that transition from the town into the county.
Yes, yes. Miller Western has a log storage area along West Mountain Road that they use yearly in regards to it. It's a portion of the road, though, however, that's in the outside of the agreement. It is in the Whitecourt, town of Whitecourt portion.
Right, and that's also, it also takes, you're saying it's outside the range of the agreement?
No, I'm just saying that the Miller Western Road, Miller Western has a log storage area. That area, to access that area, it is the portion of West Mountain Road that falls in the responsibility of the town of Whitecourt.
Right, it's within the town boundaries.
It is within the town boundaries, but more importantly, in the agreement, it is still the responsibility of the town for that portion of road that Miller Western accesses their log storage area.
Okay, what about where it houses waste materials, at the same place that the town takes its waste from the water treatment plant? That's flat. That's is that, I understand that property is located east of Flats Road, is that correct?
Yeah, if you're making reference, yes, to the sludge that we do haul sludge. In the last few years, it's been east of Whitecourt.
Are you aware that there are 11 logging companies or contractors located within the town boundaries?
I definitely know that there's logging companies. As far as the number of logging companies that store their equipment here, I would suspect that number.
Okay, and when you say store their equipment, you would understand that if there was logging companies or contractors that were in the town, their offices or if their storage yards are within the town boundaries, they would haul that equipment outside of the town on county roads, for example, correct?
If they had to, I would think that they would use the primary highways 32 and 43 running through our community to access probably forestry trunk roads.
What about Miller Western when it's going to do its logging?
Do they access county roads?
Right, and not just highways.
I'm not sure how many times Miller Western uses county roads. I would expect, Mr. Roberts, that Miller Western, yes, would use Woodlands County roads a portion of their time, depending on where they're getting the product from in regards to it. But I'm sure from time to time, there would be occasions where they would access Woodlands County Road and have to sign a road haul use agreement with county.
And you're aware that there's a number of energy sector companies who have offices or other facilities located within town boundaries as well, correct?
Offices, Ms. Roberts. The facilities are probably going to be all located within Woodlands County or other rural municipalities out there.
Okay, and those that have, are you aware of how many energy sector companies have offices within the town?
Not offhand, no.
There are a lot, correct? More than 20?
Energy companies themselves are service companies for the energy companies.
So if you're framing it that way, you'd agree there's more than 20, correct?
Yeah, I just say just energy companies like XTO and ESSO, and I would think that there's less than 20 energy companies.
Okay.
However, there are service companies that provide service to those companies in town, and yes, there would be more than 20.
Okay.
If that helps.
And in traveling to site, to the extent sites are located that at a distance within the county, for example, i.e. would not use air travel, they would be using roads, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Several energy sector businesses that are located or have offices within the town provide sponsorships and other, for example, that have advertising in the spectrum. You would agree with me there, correct? There are several energy sector companies that provide sponsorships within town, and for example, their names appear in the spectrum.
Yes.
And there are, some of those have sponsored major recreational facilities within the town, correct?
Yes.
So you'd agree with me that to the extent those operations exist within the town, they generate revenue for the town, correct? Or contribute money?
Those companies that we were just referring to contribute money for a sponsorship? Yes.
And by having offices located in the town, you'd agree they contribute to the economy in the town?
Yes.
I take it you'd also appreciate that visitors to the town of Whitecourt and who stop on their way through the town of Whitecourt also use town roads, correct?
Yes.
And contribute to the economy within the town, correct?
Yes.
Can you if you look at the agreement that you've appended at number 5, at Appendix 5, can you tell me what services were provided under that agreement? Do you know?
For the agreement on Appendix 5, you're talking about the road maintenance. So municipalities performing winter road maintenance and other improvements as specified in the agreements.
will you describe it in paragraph 4 of your statement as a public highway agreement that governed the responsibility for management, maintenance, and construction of certain roads? And then you say, under that agreement, the town became responsible for management, maintenance, and construction activities on a portion of Flats Road outside the boundaries of the town. So I'm asking you what work was done. You don't know. Or you're just saying whatever it said in the agreement. Is that right?
Sorry, I thought you were making reference to what was in the agreement. You want to know what work was done specifically for the, say, Flats Road in regards to it?
Yeah.
Okay. So we did maintenance, winter maintenance, not a lot of summer maintenance. We might have done some re-oiling of Flats Road in regards to dust control. There's opportunities also when we do our overlay programs in town. We use millings to apply to these types of roads. It's a different, depends on the classification of the roads that run through. And if there's any major rebuild, that would be also a part of this agreement in regards to that process. So you have total control of the road, and you can go ahead, just like the county going ahead with doing the construction, the rebuilds, the paving, the maintenance without the authorization, because they didn't need it from the town.
Okay. Okay, can I have you turn to your statement on railway crossings, or I think it's just called rail, sorry. Sir, there was no reference to railway crossings in any of the agreements that have been referred as service areas, or sorry, any of the agreements that have been referred for arbitration, correct?
Correct.
And there's a director of infrastructure for the town, correct?
Yes, there is.
And is there a reason that you're giving this evidence instead of the director of infrastructure?
Is there a reason?
That you're giving the evidence instead of the infrastructure director on railway crossings?
No, just that I think because I'm here and present.
Okay. The town didn't produce the director of infrastructure for any of the statements, correct?
Correct.
Are you familiar generally with the requirements from the province of Alberta respecting the construction and maintenance of railway crossings?
Yes.
Okay. And so I take it you understand, in having prepared to give this statement, that the railway company, in this case is being CN, they have certain responsibilities, correct?
Yes,
Up to a certain point related to the railway crossing. And then at the railway crossing itself, on the roadway, the road authority is the party responsible for other obligations, correct?
Mr. Roberts, also too, just outside the roadway, there is still the responsibilities under Transports Canada road crossing standards that are outside the roadway. So for example, sightlines, drainage, those things still fall outside the roadways and are still the responsibility of the municipality, in this case, the town of Whitecourt.
You're saying that drainage is always the responsibility of the town, notwithstanding the railway company's responsibility. Is that what I hear you saying?
No, I don't know if all municipalities, but the drainage in the town adjacent to the railways are the responsibility of the town of Whitecourt.
Adjacent, but along the railway itself, it's responsibility of the.
Along, sorry, that's what I meant to say. Sorry, thank you.
That's okay. Drainage along the roadway, not along the rail line. Correct?
No, the drainage along the rail line located in the town of Whitecourt is the responsibility of the town of Whitecourt. In fact, we're doing that project right now.
Okay, I'm looking at a document from the government of Alberta, which says that drainage along the rail lines belongs to the railway company. So I'm confused, confessedly. So I'm not sure what's your authority for saying that the town is responsible.
We always have been. We wouldn't be allowed to work in any railway that wouldn't be our rail. If it wasn't our responsibility, I don't think CN would allow us to work within that right away in regards to it. We've had to give notification to CN that we are doing the drainage clearing this year, and we're actually doing quite a large portion of it this year. So we are responsible. I would like to talk to you if we're not going to be responsible in regards to it, but currently we always have been, and don't see that changing in the future.
You're talking about so when I look at the construction maintenance responsibilities at rail crossings, these are at grade. There, the drainage along the railway, you're saying, is the town's responsibility, or you've assumed it always has been and you've always followed it and taken care of it. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, at the crossing, at the grade, at the crossings, if there's any drainage, we are responsible. And then along
the railway.
Along the railway, and I was just going to refer maybe to a map that would show the area, but it would be east of Dahl Drive, all the way along that we are responsible for.
Sorry, which map are you looking at?
I'm just seeing if we had a map, Ms. Roberts, to better explain it, but I don't.
I think the only map in your statement with respect to the rail line is the one under paragraph 2 that's on page 2 that's on the screen right now. I don't think you have another map.
Yeah, so a portion, it's just not at grade. It's a portion that goes quite some distance along the tracks east of Dahl Drive. And that would probably run, I'm thinking a kilometer east of Dahl Drive.
Okay. So am I correct in understanding that the rail crossings that you refer to in your statement, I'm just going to take you to them in your statement.
Sure.
They are within town. They're listed in paragraph 3. And I believe there are 3, actually. There's one more listed. I think it's in paragraph 4. Are there 3 in total that you're referring to, or just the 2 in paragraph 3?
So in paragraph 3, Ms. Roberts, there's 47th Street, and then there's Dull Drive,
And then 51?
and then 51st Street is in paragraph 4.
Okay. And in each case, the railway was there before the road was built. Am I correct about that, or do you not know?
Yes, I would assume so.
Okay, the railway was there first, is what you're saying?
Yes,
Okay. So there was a decision made to cross the railing at each time, and at that point, the town becomes the road authority for that crossing, correct?
the town, yes.
The town, sorry, did I say county? If I did, I apologize. You have produced a redacted copy of sorry, of Appendix 8, which is at page 31. We don't need to go there because it's redacted, so we can't see anything. Do you have an unredacted copy available to you?
We do.
Okay. And this was the one where I think this is the document that I can't remember. I should have marked it on here. I can't remember the new exhibit number, but the last exhibit that was marked is the updated version of this document, where under what I'll call the third set of data on this page, the last 2 items were reversed, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and so if I orient us to this page and talk about, there's a first block of information above which is written the word 2019, and then it says number of cars passed through WCT annually. You see that?
Yes.
Okay, if I call that the first set of data, you'll know what I mean?
Yes.
And then secondly, there's a table, and it doesn't have any identifying information. It's just a table, and the first item is revenue from taxation from industry with rail. You see that?
Yes.
If I call that the second set of data, you'll know what I'm talking about.
Yes.
And then lastly is general notes, and I'm gonna call that just the general notes section. Follow me?
Yes.
Okay, so am I correct in understanding that in the first set of data, all of the information under the headings Whitecourt, Woodlands, Greenview, and total, all of those numbers that are listed where there are numbers, that information came from CN, or was it just confirmed by CN?
The only number that was produced by CN was the number of cars annually passing through Whitecourt. The rest of the numbers in that first part, part 1, was obtained from the industry utilizing the rail. And then there was a number of industries that we could not confirm the usage of rail.
Okay, so let me make sure I understand then what you're saying. The total cars, the 22,000 change number, that number came from CN?
So we broke up, but the 95,268, yes, from CN.
Okay, sorry, that confused me at the beginning. So I didn't follow that. All right, so you're saying the total number of cars passing through Whitecourt annually is 95,268.
Yes.
And that data came from CN.
Yes.
Everything else in this table came from elsewhere, correct?
Yes.
And what you're saying is the numbers that are listed under some of the company names on the left-hand column is a list of company names, right?
Yes.
And then you have info source, and the person that's named there, if there is a person, where there's someone named, that was the person who gave you the data that you have under the rest of the columns. Is that right?
Correct.
So am I correct in understanding that of the 95,000 train cars that pass through, excuse me, the town, you've accounted for 22,908 of them?
Yes, and I should just explain too that, because that number threw me off a little bit when I was creating this report. The 95,000, of course, would be going, the track that runs through Whitecourt dead ends in Greenview. So it passes through Whitecourt, continues to pass through Woodlands County, and then ends in Greenview, then turns around and comes back. So the number that CN has given, Ms. Roberts, that's going to be there and back. The numbers that you see from the industry are only one time.
Right.
If that helps.
Okay, so the 95,000 should be somewhere around the 50% mark of that.
Yes.
Okay, and then the 23, roughly, what I'll call roughly 23,000 is the portion that you can account for out of that roughly 40 something, 47,000. Okay.
Correct.
Okay. All right. And so where there isn't a person who provides information, and I realized you've redacted this, and I'm not totally sure I understand all of the particulars of that or the sensitivities. So I'm trying to not, I'm trying to be discreet in my questions of you, but it's difficult for me to question this without knowing exactly what the sensitivity is. So Mr. Ward, I'll just invite you to jump in if I'm transgressing any lines here that you'd like me not to. I just don't really. Yeah, I just need you to help me out if there's something that is sensitive. So I'm just going to pick out, for example, the company that's called Standard General. You see that under the company name there?
Sorry, when you turned away, we missed the company name.
Oh, sorry. I had to go read it again. Sorry. Standard General, and it's really tiny, so I had to look at it. Standard General. If you see that, Mr. Snell?
Yes.
Okay. So then under one of the other columns for the counties, there's a number there. But there's a could not confirm on the info source. So my question really just is, how are you coming up with the numbers when in using that example, there's nobody that confirmed the information?
Good question. It's a number that, of course, when you're dealing with certain companies, they pass it down to us that it's confidential in nature in a competitive market because their main competition is maybe the person further down the line.
Right.
And then also it deals with the royalties side of it in regards to the amount of royalties one company is paying to Woodlands County for the per ton cost. So when we go through, and we do know that Standard General would be the one of the largest because we were involved with that establishment from the creation, was 15,000. It was reported that 1.5 million tons are shipped annually. When we did the, we noticed higher impacts of wear happening on our tracks and our crossings, which moved up our maintenance schedule. We found out that per ton, what's the heavy cars, and that was indicated to us that it was a rate of 100 tons of gravel per car. So simply, I took what was produced, what's on their website of 1.5 million, divided by 100, equal to 15,000. So that's how I estimated that number.
Okay. Thanks. Am I correct in understanding that there's a transloader facility located within the town boundaries for sand and gravel, et cetera?
Yes.
Okay. And some of the companies that are listed, sorry, getting tired calling them countries, the companies that are listed on this document would use that transloader, is that right?
Not the one that's located on here. The transloader was for oil when oil was being shipped out. I believe it's not being shipped out anymore, but it was something during the time where there was a shortage of pipeline. The transloader, CN made the transloader option available, and that's just located in West Whitecourt.
It's not used for sand?
Not the transloader, not the CN transloader. If you're referring to the sand, that would be your other businesses located in Whitecourt.
Okay. And they would use the rail as well?
Yes.
Okay. Am I correct in understanding from your statement in paragraph 15? So, okay, sorry, actually, before I get there, paragraph 14. So if I understand correctly, the town is asking for the rail crossings to be part of any future ICF. Is that correct?
Yeah, as indicated, yeah, yes.
Okay, sorry, I didn't specifically mean paragraph 14. I just wanted to ask that question generally. And turning back to paragraph 14, paragraph 14 refers to Appendix 10, which is that rail life cycle and capital plan. If we could pull that up, it's on, mine's marked page 35. Yeah, microscopic print. 1 second. So I take it here, I look at where you have listed, I'm sorry, on the left-hand column, second from the left, rail infrastructure life cycle. You have 4 items listed here, but you refer to 3 railway crossings. Can you explain that to me?
Yes. The 33rd Street is a future crossing, which is scheduled for 2025.
Okay. And then if I have you turn, if we look further to page 36 in your statements to the next page, sorry, that's tab 11, I believe. And this is, I take it, Ms. Barney's or her team's calculation of the administrative overhead that has been allocated for railway within the total calculation of administrative overhead by the town, correct?
Correct.
And has the town approached any other municipalities with respect to contribution for the costs that are being sought with respect to railway?
No, we have not.
Ms. House, can I have just a few minutes? I need about 5. I just want to make sure that I can, or sorry, I need about 2 to see if I can just finish up here and be done for the day.
I'd like to take about 5, so if we need a washroom break, somebody has time to get there and back.
Good idea. Okay, that's fair. You're almost done, Mr. Smil. Thanks for your patience. Two quick questions, I hope. And you can determine if it is longer than two. So it's in your hands. West Mountain and Tower Road. I think when I asked you about whether or not it was just the town doing maintenance this year, you said both the town and the county, correct?
Yes.
And the work that was being done by the county was crack sealing on West Mountain and Tower Roads this past year, correct?
Yes, there was some of that done, yes.
Okay, and are you aware that that was done pursuant to a contract that the county had with a contractor? It was a 3-year contract?
I believe Mr. Beauchamp made a comment of that at his statement.
Okay. And with respect to my second question was with respect to Eastlink Park. Do you recall me asking you about Eastlink Park, and you mentioned that the town owns the ski hill?
Lease agreement. I believe the town holds the lease agreement for Eastlink Park.
Because the town owns the land, correct?
Has a lease agreement with the province. Yes.
Okay, so the town is the town the landlord under that lease?
I
Or the
believe so.
tenant.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And then Eastlink Park, the society, owns everything that makes that facility a ski hill, correct? Like, i.e. all the equipment.
I'm just trying to recall Mrs. Grundy's comments, because I think that was a question that you had to her, and I forget in her document. I just don't recall that. Sorry, Ms. Roberts.
Okay. You defer to Ms. Grande's evidence on that point, I take it?
She's the expert.
I think she was the boss, actually.
I got a lot of bosses.
Okay. Those are all my questions for Mr. Smil. Thank you, Mr. Smil. I don't know what's happening to you next, but you're done with me mostly.
Mr. Ward?
I actually have nothing arising, Ms. House. Thank you.
I only have one, Mr. Smil. In one of your documents, you talked about the town being the regional hub for services, et cetera. You were asked a lot of questions about that by Ms. Roberts.
Right.
Can you just give me a bit of a picture in terms of, I understand there's some hamlets in the county, et cetera, Mayerthorpe's a little ways away, et cetera. Can you give me a bit of a context in terms of what services are available where? I understand the airport, the industrial park, I understand the schools are only in the town, et cetera. So like grocery stores, doctors, banks, liquor stores, everyday kind of services. Where are they in what hamlets, or how close or how far?
Okay. Ms. Howes, in regards to Whitecourt, when you come into Whitecourt, it says all services on it. So in regards to it, it's one of those things where it encompasses all health-related services. So we have doctor clinics, we have, of course, the hospital. Alberta Health operates and runs a lot of businesses in Whitecourt, health service business side of it. Provincial government, we have a provincial building here, provides the services. Of course, forestry runs their operation here, except for, as indicated by our partners, that there is a fire services that operates during spring and summer and into fall at the airport. We have a number of groceries, stores. We have hamlets that are about 20 minutes away. We have the hamlet of Blue Ridge that has one grocery store. In regards to it, Mayerthorpe is located about 40 kilometers towards Edmonton. And then on the other side, we have Fox Creek, 1 hour away, up Highway 43 on the way to Grand Prairie. And then we have Swan Hills. If you take Highway 33 north to Swan Hills, that's just over an hour. Going to the southwest, we have Edson, located 1 hour southwest of Whitecourt.
So of the hamlets in the county, is Blue Ridge the only one that has like grocery or liquor or bank or?
They would have a grocery store. That's from my county days. And then Fort Assiniboine, I believe, I should say grocery store, and I believe you can get gas there and lottery tickets. And Fort Assiniboine has a grocery store, gas station, might even be like a mechanic shop located. There's a couple of small businesses that are in Fort Assiniboine as well.
Thank you. Anything arising?
There is for me, but Ms. House, I need to consult my client briefly based on your question. I wasn't anticipating that.
Go ahead.
Thanks. Okay, Ms. House, I'm ready. I may proceed.
Go ahead.
Mr. Smale, I think I'm not. You went through a bunch of information. I couldn't keep up writing notes, so I'm just going to clarify. Blue Ridge, you would agree. Blue Ridge has a gas station, liquor store, and a very small grocery store, like a convenience store, right?
Yes, I don't know if they have a liquor store, and I'll take it if they do. You betcha.
Okay, and then Anselmo is one of the other hamlets that's located in Woodlands County, correct?
Yes.
And it's located. Are you aware that a number of people from Anselmo would go to Mayerthorpe for those services, the same services, gas, liquor, groceries, etc.?
They could, yes.
Okay, and then are you aware that Cottonwood, also located within the county, has a liquor store and a gas station?
Yeah, just not in the hamlet. It's along Highway 43.
Okay. And folks from Blue Ridge may also travel to Mayerthorpe, correct? There's between Whitecourt and Mayerthorpe, am I right?
They definitely can.
Okay. All right, that's it from me, Ms. House. Thank you.
I have nothing arising this house, thank you, if that's what you were asking.
Mr. Smill, I think that means you're at the end of your testimony. Thank you for making yourself available today. And you're free to go.
Thank you.
Council, I understand that our next date is September 16th at 9 a.m. and we're focusing on the 2 financial experts. Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
Okay. Council, would you be able to stay for about 10 minutes?